Hello guys, I pressed the wrong button there, but never mind. This is the start of, well, my stream. G6 already started, but I'm also going to be streaming the Day 2 matchups for the Grand Duel tournament. We'll be moving on to the winner bracket matches. I'm going to cover Snatch versus Fantasy. And I don't know why this is showing missing source. It should, there we go, there's the game. And Dusic is going to cover Rookie versus Demon. And they will be running simultaneously. I'm looking forward to this match. I'm just waiting for the pick band to go through, and then we can have a look at our matchup. But as discussed, these are the players that we'll be watching now. Fantasy versus Snatch. Now this is a matchup. I remember I was talking to Dusic about which matches we would cover today, and pretty much the only thing I said was I want to do this match because this has some history. It was, of course, Fantasy took down Snatch in the last game of the last match of the first season of UTPL. Actually defeated Snatch with a ping disadvantage on the last map and won his team that season of UTPL, so that was hype. But Snatch fired back in the last big NA Duel Cup by actually knocking Fantasy down to the lower bracket. Fantasy did eventually win the tournament, so Snatch was the only player to beat him there. So reasonably back and forth, always good games between these two players, of course from different continents. So I'm really looking forward to this one. As a reminder, Dusic is also streaming, so if for those of you who are in both chats at the moment, if you just let everyone know that this game's going on, and then people can watch them both if they like. But I think Demon Rookie will be a good matchup as well. Sort of opposite ends of the age spectrum of the UT community there. Rookie very experienced despite the name, and Demon sort of came along in the last couple of years and took the scene by storm as soon as his compatriots taught him how to put the correct settings on and got him off a 60Hz monitor. But that's not the matchup we're covering today. That'll be over on G6 channel. The matchup you'll be watching is on your screen right now, which should be interesting because I think these players have a bit of a clash of styles. They both have very strong fundamentals, but I would say that Snatch is a bit more aim heavy. Fantasy tends to play very standard and positioning heavy to make up for what I'm tempted to say is his not so great aim, but he does have extremely good aim. It's just in comparison to some of the other weapons in the NA scene, he falls a little bit short. But his style more than makes up for that. As I said, winning the last NA Duel Cup. This will be a best of 3, by the way. Whoever wins this advances to the winner bracket final, and they'll play the winner of that Rookie Demon 1 match, and that will be a best of 5. The lower bracket final also is a best of 5, and then that grand final is a best of 7 with a 1 map advantage to the winner bracket player. So we should be bringing you lots of games today. Of course, that does mean that whoever wins this match guarantees himself a top 3 position, which I think guarantees $700 US, with an opportunity to win up to $2.5 grand. Expecting these guys to be ready in just a minute now. They're doing the pick bands. And then I'll show those to you. And then we'll get underway. I'm interested to see what maps they pick. These guys have had an opportunity to play each other before on different servers with different game settings, so they should know each other pretty well. And I'm interested to know what you guys think of the result will be. I think I've got to edge it to Fantasy a little bit. If only for the ping. I think on a LAN matchup, these two playing each other would be very impressive indeed. Although having said that, the tournament games they won against each other historically have both been, both times the winner of that game actually had the ping disadvantage. So maybe all that goes out the window and we'll just see who's hitting their shots, who's making the best decisions on the day. I believe there will be a server split as well, so Snatch will get one map on an EU server. Let's pull up that veto screen again for you guys. I think honestly this matchup might have to come down to what maps are picked, because we saw Snatch play Reflex yesterday and he looked really, really scary actually. But that Coma pick by Reflex that they played on an EU server, it was just domination. And it was Fantasy who said that he feels like that picking Coma on a high ping server is suboptimal at least. I'm imagining Fantasy will be thinking very hard about his map choices here. But I don't know which player will favour what. I've seen Snatch picking deep, I think, earlier on in the tournament. And normally I'd see him as more of an erase ASDF player. We haven't seen too much ASDF this time round. Maybe players banning that out because everyone's so familiar with it at this point. And I think ASDF is the sort of map that plays into Snatch's style. You can play it nice and slow, do the Snatch turret, sit at the top and hit shock primaries. So I'm expecting Fantasy probably will want to ban that map. And I could realistically see Snatch picking something like Solo, one of the slower maps in the pool. There's a bit more space to work with at long range. Fantasy is obviously a very good deep player, able to get in close, stack up on vials as well. That's something he's particularly good at. He's one of those players that if you leave alone on the map for 30 seconds, then he'll surprise you with how much he's able to work out of the map. Picking up vials, ammo and weapons where you didn't expect. I apologise for the delay, guys. I was expecting this to be starting sooner than it has done. Alright, I'm back and I have maps for you guys. So Mythic was banned out first, and Snatch did indeed pick ASDF. So that will be our first or second map. And Fantasy picked Leah, which is a map that he's historically been very good on. It's a sort of map where you can keep a bit of distance between you and your opponent. And then Deep was banned out. Erase was banned out by Snatch. No surprise there. That was the fateful map that he lost in the last match of UTPL Season 1. Not willing to take that risk again. And the last map will be Coma, which I think probably plays into Fantasy's hands. That is a bit of a harder map to play on high ping, although we saw how Snatch manhandled Reflex yesterday on it. Clearly very comfortable on the map. And our first match will be on New York City on the server. So we'll be jumping in there pretty shortly. This is a best of 3 as a reminder. The next game, in being the winner bracket final, will be a best of 5. Simona in chat pointing out that if you take Fantasy and Snatch's beard and add them together, you get a full beard. Getting timed out as a result. Oh man. Should never have appointed Smalls as the moderator. But the players are in the hub, just waiting for the game to launch. There we go. Let's move on into this warm-up. So, first game is on ASDF. This is Snatch's map pick. So he's going to be feeling comfortable on it. Although Fantasy's no slouch on this map. Of course, both players will be very, very experienced. Easily the most played map in the UT4 map pools. Existed since 2014 or something ridiculous. Man, that's a long time ago. And it's the map that everyone launches, at least in Europe. It's the map that always gets launched first when you ask someone to practice with you. Happy to see so many of you guys here. Remember, of course, Dusic also streaming at the moment. I think there are services where you can have both streams open at once. But Demon Rookie going on over on the other stream. So if you want to see that, then don't miss it. And as per usual, first game of the day. So let me know if there are any issues with the stream and I'll try and fix those for you. But the players warming up a bit. It's their first game of the day as well. But Snatch is ready. Have fun is called. We're going to get into game 1 of day 2. Snatch versus Fantasy, map 1 on ASDF. First map in this best of 3, determining who goes on to the winner bracket final. So securing a top 3 place. And this Fantasy, he gets that fateful shock spawn. Snatch gets him a sniper rifle. And now needs to dodge some combos, which are being thrown out by Fantasy. And a bit of a slow start. No first blood headshot this time around. As Snatch takes an interesting position, trying to catch Fantasy off guard at the 25 before moving into this 100 armor. And each player picks up the gun that they missed, but it's Snatch to take the first big bit of damage, and he's going to back off over to the 50. And this is going to allow Fantasy to get a 5-second delay on that 100 armor, which might be important, depending on whether or not he can secure this next belt, which he's looking in good shape to do. As the vials are traded once again, nice shock blast there, but one is returned by Snatch. And Snatch might get caught off guard here. And he's pinned in the corner. Still has that 1 health bubble to back onto, but Snatch actually making a move over towards the belt. Can't get through the wall of damage that is Fantasy, and because that 100 armor is slightly delayed, or Fantasy nearly getting a shot onto Snatch there. Bit of a strange encounter down by the belt. As Snatch is stuck, wanting to go up that jump pad, does do so without eating any damage. As he picks up the 50 armor, pretty even stacks, as Snatch got the vials at the top as well. And the pace of the game is slowed right down. That 100 armor isn't needed by either player, so it's going to be a fight near it, and whoever picks it up in the middle of the fight will walk away looking stronger. But you see, Fantasy doesn't want to... Oh, he will dodge for it eventually, and it's going to be Snatch in great position for the 100. Just needs to get through these combos. He can take a bit of damage beforehand, but Fantasy's wasting so much time just sitting here at the shock. The belt's coming up, and the great combo knocks Snatch down to 2 health, and the finish shock primary by Fantasy will make this 2-0. And Snatch drops into him. Somehow escapes that without taking very much damage. Really lucky there. Fantasy had the ability there to kill him. Of course, having that belt. As Snatch camps out the 25. Fantasy's going to get this 100 armor for free. And you see what Snatch is trying to do is trying to take a bit of position at the top there, which gives you access to anywhere you want. Although Fantasy is zoning him away from this 50 armor really nicely. Snatch backing off, taking damage. Hits one defensive sniper shot, which might push Fantasy back just a bit. But Snatch will have heard that pickup. Another nice sniper shot. And every small bit of damage Snatch can do here is going to really help, because the next 2 major items are coming up. He's actually going to take a low ground position, pick up that shock rifle. As Fantasy jumps in his face, Snatch knows he's won the 100 though, so he's going to make the smart decision and back off there. Narrowly avoiding that flak ball from Fantasy. And that combo. So very slow-paced game between these two players. A lot of respect being given. Maybe each player just trying to warm up their aim a bit. I mean, you can play a bunch of practice games on tournament day, but that first game, that first tournament match you play is always a bit different. As this next 100 armor's coming up again, and this time neither player really needs it. Both max stack. Fantasy, though, with the advantage because of those health vials, and he's going to want to do some damage here to Snatch, push him back, and then win the 100 armor. He's allowed Snatch to slip onto it. And a lot of damage traded by Snatch. Potential for a kill here for either player, and it will be Fantasy to walk away alive, and the belt's coming up in 6 seconds. If Snatch gets a good spawn, he could defend this belt. I think he will go up the belt. So that's a tutorial there for anyone who's wondering, or new to Duel, is showing how important it is to pick where you do and don't die. As Fantasy pushes Snatch up the top, denying most of that belt, so Snatch knocks him down to 1 HP. There's been some really low situations for both players this game so far. Oh, but the shots are whiffed. And potential for a huge combo. Snatch walks straight into it, went for the peek, and the follow-up sniper by Fantasy is brilliant. 4-0, and we're halfway through the game almost. Seems to have been all Fantasy so far, as Snatch eats another sniper shot. And another. Once again, one of the players below 3 HP. As Fantasy zoning Snatch away from the 100 armor. This next belt's going to be crucial. Fantasy's making moves already. And that combo narrowly missed by Snatch will probably mean he can't contest the belt. Instead, it's going to go sit at the 50 armor. So Snatch has options, but Fantasy's getting all the entrance damage. And Snatch not really being able to do any defensive damage as Fantasy gets in his face. Great headshot, potential for a kill here if Snatch plays his cards right, but still odds well against him. Stack advantage still in the hands of Fantasy as he picks up another 100 armor. And the spawn from Snatch is horrible. He's for sure going down here. And a 6 frag comeback in 4 minutes is doable in this map, but as we discussed yesterday, Fantasy, one of those players that can just disappear on a map. Hasn't really been tested so far. Always seems like he's got a backup plan in his pocket. And you notice he's already slowing the game down a little bit, just camping at the top, making sure Snatch can't contest this 100 armor, although he's had to give it up for the belt. Let's switch over to Snatch, see what he's got planned. He's going to have to start making moves pretty soon. Fantasy's getting in his face with a rocket launcher and a follow-up sniper as well, and a second, and a third. And it's 7-0. Every frag makes it so much harder for Snatch to get back into the game, and these damaging shots off the spawn are horrible for him. This is looking very convincing. And Snatch is running out of options. If he dies here, it's probably over, to be honest. It's Fantasy. He's making good use of the link gun to chase down his opponent. And we'll hit a nice combo as both the 100 and the belt come up. It's a race to the belt, but Fantasy will win it. Snatch going to have to stick with the 50. As Fantasy actually hit him with the sniper there as well. He's putting so much pressure on with this gun. Another kill going the way of Fantasy. And probably another one here as well. But just taking a quick look at the stats here, it's clear to see Fantasy has been dominating the belt all game. And that's allowed him to really punish Snatch. Of course, hitting a lot as well. Over 1,000 damage lead. And that's not something you see very often against Snatch. He's usually right up there with his opponent in terms of damage. Maybe not quite warmed up today. But he doesn't have long to warm himself up, as he will drop to the lower bracket if he loses the next game. And there are some dangerous, dangerous players that he could go up against in that lower bracket. Nice headshot though, as he does steal the 100 armor. So some small consolation prizes here for Snatch at the end of the game. And we'll probably use this next minute or so to continue to warm up. Sometimes you go into a game and you're a bit nervous. You don't play as well. And then in that situation, it's important to just play out the game, regardless of the score, because that allows you to play in a riskless environment. There's no chance for him to win this game, but he's not going to lose it any more than he already has. Let's switch back to Fantasy. Snatch calls the GG. That will be game 1 concluding, as Fantasy gets his first map of the day. And we move on to a different hub. So we'll be going to London, I believe. And that will be where we play Leah. Reminder, that was Snatch's map pick. And Leah will be Fantasy's. I have a feeling, though, that between these two players, maybe the maps... Well, they're both confident in all of them. That's my point. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm a bit concerned for Snatch based on that performance. Because even if he wins Leah, still got to go on to Coma. And that's going to be a rough one if Fantasy's playing this well. So we get into map 2. Did the players change colours? Yeah, they did. And it's Fantasy gets the sniper spawn, goes for an early headshot, but misses it. Those first blood kills on Leah are really important when you get them because it's such a slow map. And a slow start as Snatch picks up his second shock rifle. That's going to put him in a great position to defend this 100 armor. Fantasy will apply a bit of pressure, but not much. And sometimes you just need that little bit of pressure to force your opponent to take the 100 armor on time, and that means that it's not delayed. Nice combo by Snatch. Actually pushes Fantasy towards him, which could have been risky. Fantasy did have that flat cannon out. But ended up not being a problem. Snatch is going to notice Fantasy pushing over from the flat cannon. I feel like Fantasy will probably give up this belt. Just going to do what he did last time at the 100. Throws some projectiles up there to apply some pressure as Snatch denies the 50 armor. Confident that he will do the entrance damage in this next fight. And there we have it. First sniper shot is hit by Snatch. Probably wants to look for some for some shock ammo though. As he's hunting Fantasy. Fantasy hits a nice sniper shot. Both players down to about 30 armor. Very similar stacks, actually. But Snatch in much better position for this 100. Although he's gone out of position, he's pushed the 50 armor, hoping to catch Fantasy out of position, but Fantasy snuck past him, got to the 100. And now he's looking in much better position stack-wise. Got more vials under his armor. And it's a fight at the belt. And risky situation as combos are fired, but nothing huge hit so far. Snatch is looking low though, and Fantasy's going to kill him with those tri-rockets. Nice and patient, getting the first blood. And securing that belt, allowing him to push for this 100 armor. Snatch vacating the area. Oh, great combo, but it's not going to matter too much. Even the follow-up shots from Snatch. So much damage from Snatch. Fantasy's down to 50 health. Snatch still pushing on 30 health. That's so much damage he's done, but the headshot by Fantasy is huge. So much overkill. And a fight down by the health packs. Oh, that's so rough if you're Snatch. Definitely an opportunity to get a kill there. But he's 3-0 up. And the 100 armor on its way. Fantasy just going to try and damage Snatch with the rocket launcher, but doesn't get anything out of it. And is now zoning Snatch into this corner. We saw him do this yesterday. Belt's up in 6. Snatch defending from below. Will take the jump pad and has the better position on the belt. Fantasy going to trust his tri-rockets again, but not hitting anything. So opportunity now for Snatch to try and tie up the game a bit. As he sits relatively passively on this 100 armor actually. And now that he knows it's secure behind him, he's going to move out and try and get some sneaky damage onto Fantasy while he's absorbing those vials. Opportunity here for more damage. Snatch doesn't want to walk into these combos. Great start. Needs to follow up and respect the tri-rockets. Dodges over them. Knocking Fantasy over towards the health pack there. And now Snatch doesn't want to move up that lift. Does have to be conscious that this 100 armor is coming up. He wants to kill Fantasy before he can take the 100, but walks into a rocket, and I think the belt's going to come up in time for Fantasy to get there. Snatch doesn't have any shock ammo, but he's down low. Next shot will get the kill, and it goes to Fantasy. Clutch play there, and Snatch spawns by the link gun. Can't get himself over towards this 100. Surely not. Oh, does in fact do it, just about. And Snatch got to be kicking himself for missing that shot there. But I think that was probably a positional error more than an aim error. As Fantasy does some unreturned damage. Snatch not in a position to take that unreturned damage, unfortunately. As he does walk away with the shock rifle, but takes a ton of damage. And Fantasy's doing a great job of punishing these small wins by Snatch, not allowing him to get back into the game. Good first initial flak, and we've seen that from Snatch all game actually. His initial damage is fine, but the follow-up shots just aren't really connecting. Fantasy's got that lift exit as an option, and will take it. Will secure himself this belt. And actually I think he's chasing. Great move by Fantasy. That's going to take Snatch down once more, and he hears the spawn of the flat cannon. That means Fantasy can go over towards this 100 and orbit secure it. Snatch is going to have to do some miracle work if he wants to turn this game around. Does steal the 100, but the health is not in his favor, and even after all that flak damage, Fantasy's still standing. And the link play from Snatch is just a tiny bit too late. Fantasy got the 50 armor, got that health. I mean, he would have died if he hadn't had that 50, so if Snatch had just been a second earlier, it could have been a kill. But this 100 is surely going to Fantasy, especially after that combo. And you see Snatch is having to start to take these risks, and they're not paying off. He doesn't really have the time. I mean, 8 frags in 4 minutes is doable on this map, but you have to get some luck. Good rocket there. To play for the belt, I think Snatch in the better position right now. Chasing down low, though. And that means that Fantasy will surely pick up this belt. It's just all Fantasy right now. I mean, Snatch is getting the 100 armors, but he's just not getting the value out of them. It seems like Fantasy always has an answer. Whenever he gives up 100, he's got a plan to do that 100 damage back again. And nearly a huge combo by Snatch, but they're just not really connecting for him. And Fantasy is starting the plus pack mode. Even though he's got the stack, he doesn't need to fight here, and he will just vacate. These defensive rockets are great as well. As Snatch, he has to go and sit on this 100, because Fantasy's going to win a big power-up then. That stops all of Snatch's momentum. He's sort of forced to fight here and forced to get the power-ups. Just needs one more sniper shot, although now needs 2 after that health pack. And Fantasy's made his way... Oh, great double back there by Fantasy. Tricking Snatch into thinking he was going for the 100. Ended up wasting so much time that he won the belt. And that belt, potential to be the final nail in the coffin for this game here. As the time's ticking down rapidly... 8 frags is a lot. It's a lot to ask. Good damage by Snatch. Probably going to get the kill here. Okay, this is his one chance to get back in the game. Starts now. Mercifully, the 50 was not taken by Fantasy there, but Snatch is actually fighting. And this is now a 50-50 fight. Does win it. Needs to be really careful. Fantasy has a chance to spawn in the armor here, which he does, and Snatch needs to get out. He's chasing, though. Oh, he's so low on options. 1 HP. Belt's up in 5 seconds. Snatch must know that, but he has to push as well. Fantasy's so low now. Snatch gets the belt, and he surely will go aggressive as soon as he gets these health packs. The 100 armor's coming up. And I think Fantasy is just going to go the other direction. And Snatch is going to go there as well. He hears his Fantasy underneath him. Opts for the sniper. 1 health again. These players are just so low. And Snatch has a minute and a half for 6 frags. I'm sorry, guys, but I just don't think it's going to happen. It would be miraculous. Reminder that this match is... Oh, this map, rather, is keeping Snatch alive in the upper bracket. Fantasy's still on 1 HP. Finally goes down, but survived like half a minute there on 1 health. Didn't even pick anything up. As Snatch continues to chase Fantasy. Quick feet there. Will get himself out of danger, and a nice direct rocket followed by one off the wall. Snatch does get the kill. And this would be inhuman if Snatch wins this. Oh no. I hadn't even seen the belt there. That's surely going to secure it. Great headshot. But is it too little too late? I think it must be. And that's going to secure the game for Fantasy, as if there was any doubt. bring up the damage. Much closer game for Snatch here. Out damaged Fantasy, but this one is well and truly over. And honestly, it just felt like Fantasy was the better player in that matchup. Snatch unable to get anything going on the first map, and Fantasy just played so well on Leah. It's hard to pick out exactly what won in the match because he's such a fundamental player. He's well drilled, makes good decisions just constantly, and always takes into account the small things. You know, like when he survived on one health there, he didn't pick up any items because he knew that if he went for the health, Snatch should know where he's going. He went for the armor, Snatch should know exactly where he's going, and that allows him to waste so much time and essentially disappear on the map. But that does mean that Fantasy secures himself third place at the very least. He goes on to the winner bracket final, and he will play Demon or Rookie, depending on who wins this last map, I believe. I think that series is still 1-1. So if you want to catch the end of that series, that's being streamed on Duel channel. So I'm going to go AFK just for a few minutes until that concludes, and then I'll meet you guys back for the winner bracket final. Right, guys, bit of confusion, but we're going to jump in on Yi versus Reflex as Yi takes the first score with a nice headshot. I think what you might find is that this game gets streamed by both of us, so you can choose your allegiance caster-wise. But this should be a good one. We've got the two Canadians in the server. Seed 3 and Seed 4. Both battling it out in the lower bracket. Whoever loses this goes home. Whoever wins this goes on to face Rookie, who just got knocked down to the lower bracket by Demon. As they fight over the belt fight, it's Yi to take that one as Reflex tries to do some damage with the link gun, but gets destroyed by the Yi's flak. And probably will go down here a second time. That gives Yi all the access he wants for this 100 armor. Just bring up the score. Hang on. It's another fight over by the belt area, although belt's not up for ages. Seems like Yi just caught Reflex unawares. And a rocket spawn frag. Lots of damage going in favor of Yi so far. Still only 2 minutes in, but 5 score up. It's quite a significant lead for this early, and you see Yi taking that fight, but not taking the 100 armor immediately, which means that he can heal back that sniper shot from Reflex. Reflex, actually, if he hits another shot here, Yi will go down, but he can't connect. And Yi, potential to pick up another spawn frag, but Reflex gets the perfect spawn for the belt. It's an AD spam. Spamming those strafe keys. Yi dives for it on 30 health. If Reflex had just pulled out the Enforcer there, he could have got the kill and the belt. Maybe didn't know how low Yi was. And I'm afraid I don't know whose map pick this is. But... oh, Yi. Sitting on the 100 armor, baiting it with the 200 IQ immobile dodge. But he's actually fairly low, and Reflex has got himself a sniper, so I'm going to switch over to his point of view. Reflex is very dangerous with the sniper, although he does go down as soon as I switch to him. And Reflex pushing uphill into Link. Does secure the 100 armor. Yi down to 9 health. A couple of occasions now that Yi's been really, really low. And Reflex now making the play for this belt. He should get it. Yi doesn't really have the health to contest it. And the game should slow down a little bit now. Although Reflex does have to make a move on this 100, and he's trapped out by this shock rifle. He gets away with the 100, and these rockets are really strong. Reflex doesn't really have the health to guarantee this fight, so that was a close one. And he's gonna... oh, he gets the sniper spawn. Reflex will survive one shot, and he wants to deny this 50 armor, which is just spawned, but Yi hits the shots. Maintains his control of this game. Up by 9. Less than halfway through the game. And as Connex always points out, if you go down by 10 in the first half, you can go up by 10 in the second. But it is always harder to chase that lead. So Reflex probably going to want to start thinking about making some moves. He will secure himself this belt, so let's have a look at what he chooses to do. So I really like this move by Reflex. He's moving in aggressively. The belt is up. But by pushing Yi back there, had an opportunity to get a kill. Although, as we saw yesterday when Snatch played, the 100 armor is given up in the process. And Yi's done so much more damage. That combo didn't connect for Reflex. He's got the low ground, lost his shock ammo as well. And it's Yi to pick up the 11th frag for him. It's looking very convincing. And I did have some reservations about how Reflex was playing yesterday. Looked a bit mortal when he went up against Snatch. Reminder, of course, that it's Reflex who's won so many NA Duel Cups in the past. Always a contender, always making it to those finals. But these last couple has dropped a little bit earlier than you might expect. And we could be seeing that again as this is surely a map victory to Yi. Very dominating performance on deep. Patient sniper shots by Reflex there. I honestly thought he wouldn't get the kill. But I think at this point it's all academic. 100 armor is traded again for that belt, and that's kind of been a key point for Yi. He's given up quite a few belts. How many is that? He's actually losing in belts, giving up 3 of them. But every single time he's got himself the 100 armor, which allows him to contest, and he's the one doing the damage, and that means that Reflex doesn't get too much value out of those pickups. As he goes down a 14th time. Damage clearly in favor of Yi, up by 800. And we're only 6 minutes in. Pretty convincing stuff. And Reflex honestly will be thinking about game 2 now. I don't know the maps, unfortunately. They started without... Well, it started before I had a chance to check them. This belt's up in 5. Yi's making a move for it, although didn't really have the health. And Reflex antsy. Doesn't want to die to some Stinger secondary action. He was on 30 health there. This time he's beelining over towards the 100, but he's still late for it. So that's the 4th time that it's been a trade. And that means that Reflex can't even really make a dent in this score. Close range engagement. Reflex hitting all his shots, and Yi dies on the lift to his own flak. Spawn over by the rockets. See Reflex trying to deny that sniper rifle. Hits a patient shot. And that's what I like about Reflex's aim, is that it's nice and patient. And that's how he hits such absurd numbers. But not treating him too well this game. As he chases Yi. Yi's going to get another 100 armor. As the belt's coming up. Yi, clearly a very smart player. I haven't actually seen him play before, but that's what I've heard about him, and this is confirming what I've heard. Always conscious of the items, making sure he has exit options. And it looks like Reflex is just going to use the rest of this game to warm up his aim a bit. Of course, this is Reflex's first match of the day. Yi, we saw him on Deuce Extreme earlier. So he's had a bit of time to warm up his aim against scrims, which he won quite convincingly. So maybe we'll see a closer game too. I hope so anyway. Damage actually evened out quite substantially, so it's been Reflex doing all the damage in this last couple of minutes. But at no point is this score going to allow him to get back into the game. And a nice headshot by Yi will make that abundantly clear. The classic sniper spawn kill here. It's always so tempting to run for that sniper rifle when you respawn, but the sniper and shock spawn on this map, very open and vulnerable. And players, good players especially, will be looking to get those spawn kills. As we enter the last 30 seconds of the game. Looks like they're just going to play it out. Maybe Reflex trying to get as warmed up as possible for game 2. And I mean, Reflex's awareness of the items has been good. But he was at such a damage deficit at the start of the game, just unable to come back from it. And he's able to do this all the second half of the game, is make it messy, make it so Reflex doesn't really have a chance to get any momentum and start racking up those kills. And that'll be game 1. Going to Yi. This is a best of 3 and lower bracket match reminder, so if Reflex loses this next game, He's out of the tournament and Yi advances. Looks like second map will be ASDF. And hopefully Reflex can put up a bit more of a showing on this map. As I said, I'm not really familiar with Yi as a player, so I don't know his map preferences. I don't know which player picked which map. And if I had to guess, I'd say this was probably Reflex's pick. If only because Reflex is so experienced. ASDF, a map that everyone's played 1,000 times. And Reflex calls to have fun. We're getting into map 2. Do or die for Reflex now. If he loses this game, he's out of the tournament.
3, 2.
Okay, someone in chat saying that this is surely Reflex's pick. Which means good things for the viewer experience. This should be a bit closer if that's anything to go by. As Reflex hits a first nice sniper shot, nearly a second there as Yi ducked his head down. Oh, sneaky move, blocked by the impact shield, but the second one is not. And that gives Reflex a bunch of time to set up for this 100 armor. Having that shock is crucial as well. Yi actually jumps there early. I really like that move, but he does know when and where to vacate. Gets out of there ahead of time as he blocks another shot combo from Reflex. Reflex doesn't want to allow him to get away from there unpunished, but he's forced to. You can hold an angle for a little while, but eventually the items start to spawn, and then you give your opponent options. And it will be set up for this belt, which is up in 5 seconds. Reflex is holding the bridge, which is a strong position. He knows which side Yi's on. He's actually just going to hard commit to the belt. And then try and defend the 100 armor. Yi, I think he did a bit of a hammer jump there. Because Reflex heard him down by the shock rifle and expected him to not make it to the 100. And this is an interesting situation. Reflex is super, super stacked for ASDF. Pretty slow map to get vials. Because the vials are mostly up at the top, which is an important positional location. So it's not somewhere you can sort of hang around when you're out of control, pick up vials. But it's a fight for this 100, and Reflex had the low ground, so he's forced to back away. And now might be forced off this 50 as well. He's actually going to plus forward into it. Goes in with the shock rifle, hitting a nice couple of shots. And reminder, Yi doesn't have that stack to back up this fight, so he could realistically go down here, especially after that snipe. The link gun is pulled out, and Yi goes down ahead of this belt. Perfect time for Reflex to take that fight, because it gets him the belt. And compared to about a minute ago, he's only lost 5 health. This is a classic ASDF situation when you're defending the 100 from the low and your opponent's on that vial ledge. There's a couple of nice sniper shots, a hit by Yi, but trading damage when you're out of control is never ideal. His Reflex has now pushed him back to the health packs. This is surely a kill if he plays his cards right. Actually, Yi gets out of there. But more vials go the way of Reflex, and he's got this 50 to back up onto, so he's looking in good shape. But he's not racking up the kills as quickly as Yi did on deep. So preferring a more slower paced game is Reflex. And Yi slowly whittling down that armor. The belt is all gone, which reduces Reflex's max stack. So Yi might try and do some exit damage on this belt, but instead chooses to completely leave it uncontested. I'm actually going to see how Yi plays this. He's obviously favoring this top ground position understanding that is so important on ASDF, knowing that your opponent can't really chase you up there. Great rocket by Reflex. He's probably going to go in. Actually, dodges behind Yi. Yi didn't hear it, and he goes down. Reflex with a nice hammer jump onto the 100 armor. Crucial jump there. Yi would have walked away with that 100 otherwise. And that's a bit frustrating if you're Yi. You thought you had a chance on that armor. As now Reflex applying so much pressure. He actually drops into the flat cannon. Could go down here. But does in fact survive with 65 health. And decides to deny the shock rifle. Reflex looking far more confident than Yi is on this map. Belt's up ahead of time, and it always feels like when the belt's up, Yi just doesn't have the stack to contest, although he has just picked up the 100 armor. And that's what kept him so far ahead in Deep, as a reminder, was he was always getting those 100 armors when he gave up the belt. That's what he's going to have to start doing now those two items are synchronized. Great combo from Reflex, but he ate a couple of snipers, so can't be too aggressive. And in fact, maybe mistimed that 100 a bit. And a headshot from Yi. So here's his opportunity to get back into this game. Hits a nice sniper onto Reflex, followed by a second, gets the kill. And will get himself a shock rifle. All the hit scan just been taken off the map. And Reflex is weak and vulnerable. Yi probably going to chase with the shock or the link here. 3 shock primaries. Who needs a link gun anyway? And now he's in prime position to get this belt. He's actually sitting on the 100 instead. And this can happen in high pressure situations as you forget about the belt. And certainly something I do a lot. And maybe because Reflex had just had an iron grip on the belt, it wasn't in Yi's mind to go over there and check the time. And that's an in back into this control for Reflex. And now it's Reflex's turn to sit at the top. So the game's stabilized. Could have been a bit of a comeback. We are still within 2 with 4.5 minutes left. Reminder that Reflex is out of the tournament. If he loses this game, that combo is so huge. 171, Yi down to 4 health, and Reflex can take his time with this now. Although it does have to respect the combos from Yi, and Reflex's shock ammo is pretty low. We'll replenish that with the shock. Down to 75 health. And Yi actually forced him way back. Reflex having to go for the health packs, but Yi's going to deny those as well. Smart play from Yi. As Reflex, he's going to commit to the belt, and Yi commits as well. Eats a full combo. Maybe could have played that a bit more passively, but perhaps didn't know the time still. And that's the kind of decision you're forced into if you're not aware of exactly when the belt spawns. And oh, these snipes from Yi are so crucial. They're really keeping him in the game. Reflex always feels like he eats 3 sniper shots if he wants to get close. But he's going to chase with the Enforcer here. Actually got a bit of stack because of that 50, and the health bubbles are an option for him. Yi will die to 3 Enforcer shots. But he's allowed to escape over to the other side of the map. Oh, caught up by the vials. Yi risked it. Wanted to deny the vials, knowing that Reflex would come that way, but in hindsight, probably should have just taken the 225s. But he does have good access to the 100 armor. And Reflex, he's in the backwater area of the map, the 50. And he's got very few options. If he goes down here, this could be so bad because the belt's coming up and Yi's probably going to have position on that now. We're still within 2. This is a great game. So even on the damage. Big belt advantage for Reflex, but Yi's been denying that with his sniper aim quite effectively. And Reflex in control. He's been relatively passive. It's a big fight over at the 100 armor. Damage exchange, 2 snipers for Reflex. Yi's down low, falling to that link gun. Needs to hit the rockets, but can't do it. Reflex goes up 8-5 with 2.5 minutes left. And he's able to replenish his health. Does have a lot of pressure applied by Yi with the minigun. But I think these rockets are going to be enough. Or Reflex risking it with the switch there. But in the end, it was the right play to make. That consistent damage with the link gun, getting him the kill. Up by 4 now. But again, forced to give up 100 armor. And it's that calculated pressure from Yi. That fight was great for him because he was out of control, didn't have many options. And that fight was a chance to get a kill. And even if he lost it, which he did, it meant that he had access to the 100 and then subsequently the belt, so he's got himself back in control with that fight that he lost. And he's looking for these spawn frags. Got a minute and a half for 3 frags. Still doable. The Enforcer from Reflex is disgusting. That's done so much damage. He whips out the Link gun, and it's a Link versus minigun fight. And this time it's Reflex's turn to spawn on the 100 armor. Bit of a slip up by Yi. And he dodges over the 50. That's kind of bad. Does hit a sneaky sniper shot. And the huge combo. 50 armor, too tempting. And he's going to call the GG with a minute left. I think there's a small chance you can bring that back in a minute. But the way Reflex was playing was very consistent. He had just got that 100 armor as well. And was going to be sitting on the shock rifle and sniper spawn, presumably. And map 3 is going to be Mimic. So Reflex holding his own. Potential for him to win the series now in a map 3. And there's some very amicable Canadian chatter in the chat. Apparently, Mimic does not exist on this hub. So we might be in for a hub restart, which is funny. Oh, it looks like they might play Leah. So I think what will happen is we'll play on Leah instead. Unless this is one of the maps that one of the players definitely didn't want to play. Okay, the hub will be restarted. So I'll be back in just a minute. We're going to restart this hub. This is 100 FOV. So I'll be back in a minute while this hub restarts, and I'll catch you for game 3. Alright, I'm back. And I had to restart the game because UT4 is weird. But we started with 20 seconds into the third game. Let me get that map screen up. As there's a fight over the first armor, goes the way of Yi. But Reflex is able to pick up the 50 armor uncontested. So it's Reflex, Yi rather, down by the belt already. And he's eaten most of the first damage from this fight. Reflex is, he wants to drop down there, but if he commits too early, it could spell disaster. It looks like it will be Yi to pick up the belt, uncontested almost, as Reflex walks over towards the armor. You see, he positioned himself nicely midway through that fight to ensure that he gets to the 100 armor first. So pretty typical start to a UT4 duel. Both players playing relatively risk-free. Don't want to throw that third map away in a knockout game. But Yi seems to be doing all the damage at range, and he's secured himself that 100. Reflex forced to back away. The 50 armor's up, but he just doesn't have the access to it. Hits a great rocket. It's going to keep him alive for a minute. A second one puts Yi down to 13 health. But Yi will not die to a single shot primary here. So has a very small advantage. Spells up in 4 seconds. Looks like Yi, Reflex has just moved the opposite way, and Yi's going to be sitting on that. As Reflex trades him for 100 armor. Cheeky snipe will even the stacks. But that belt's going to allow Yi to get a bit more out of his armor pickups. Unfortunate miss there for Reflex. And uncharacteristic. Normally he hits those. Oh, this is very, very quaky, this. One player down low. Reflex drops on him with the rockets, takes the fight. And that was a great fight to take, although Yi's coming back for round 2. Perhaps looking for a headshot. And actually just bulldozes his way onto the 100 armor. That was pretty ballsy. Does mean that Reflex has better position for this belt fight, though. And takes the high ground near the rocket launcher. And Yi chooses not to contest. So we're 3 minutes into the game and only one frag, and that happened pretty early on. Been very slow paced since then. And Mimics are a map where that can happen. The fights can be very based on positioning. And the players are playing nice and passively. You see Reflex pushing out, knowing he has that 100 armor behind him to back onto if he needs it. Now that Yi's making moves over towards the sniper rifle, Reflex is going to cut him off there as well. So it's good play by Reflex. And he still wants more out of this belt. Squeezing it for all that it's worth. As Yi slipped by him and gone to the 50 armor. But that does mean that Reflex can get over to this belt faster, and he's holding Yi in the 50 with a great sniper shot. That's a signal for him to go over towards the belt. And perfect timing, wasting as little time as possible. The belt is a bit out of the way on this map. But this area up by the 25 is very strong for defending the 100, which is exactly what Reflex is doing, but he's not hitting his shots. That probably means Yi picks up that 100, which he will. And this is the game that you play when you're respecting your opponent. Reflex not willing to take those risks, just going to back away. And he's slowly lost his grip on the map because he's not prepared to commit to a fight he doesn't think he can win. Of course, game 3, that's a reminder, whoever loses this is out the tournament. So everything to play for still. Oh, Reflex, he knew that armor pickup was too good to be true. Yi had to be hiding somewhere, and he was. Hits him with the core followed by the shock primary. And actually, Reflex waits it out. Allows him to pick up the 100 on 10 health, knowing Yi would be at the belt. But still in recovery mode is Reflex. Both players got all their guns and ammo. It's really going to come down to whoever can hit the first big damage combo or headshot. That's a good start for Reflex. And he wants to push into Yi. Has to respect the combos, though. Oh, this is so potentially disastrous for either player. And Reflex, he wants to cross that threshold. Will eventually make his way over towards the 100. And he's going to double back for that shock. Belt's not up for a while, actually. And I think he's allowed Yi to get himself over to the 50 armor. And the pace of the game that Reflex is setting here is... well, it means he can't really capitalize on those small wins that he's getting. And that forces the game to be very dependent on who hits the first shot. Even that headshot that Reflex hit wasn't enough to guarantee a kill, as Yi does some great exit damage, totally unreturned with that sniper rifle. And then walks away with 100 armor as a result. Very passive game. I'm going to follow Yi for a bit now, as their damage is close. The 100 armors and the belts are identical. Small advantage on the 50 pickups for Yi. But that is traded off for the small bit of extra damage that Reflex has had. 100's up now, but neither player needs it, so this is where the fights get interesting and tactical. You see, Yi hits that shot, but the 100 armor heals it off. And that's the importance of taking those fights ahead of the armors so your opponent can't sneak onto them. Yi's running over towards the belt, but Reflex uses the teleporter to cut him off. Yi's only got this health pack to work with, doesn't hit the combo, and Reflex commits to the belt, which allows Yi to get away. And the combo, Reflex sneaks by it, and Yi's actually going to drop down to the belt through the doorway. And try and get himself another 50 armor. 100 armor's actually up. Reflex doesn't need it, so he's actually pushing in to catch Yi on the jump pad. Great move by Reflex. If he can get the kill here, this is totally worth it, but I think Yi snuck by and will be going for the 100 armor. Knows where Reflex is coming from. The combo is lined up, but that doesn't connect. So much damage being exchanged. Yi is down really low, and he eventually falls. Reflex ties it up 1-1. Here's the spawn next to him as well. Always unnerving when that happens. He's got plenty of time for this next belt as well. We'll be sitting on this 50 armor. But he doesn't have shock ammo, which could potentially ruin his plans to contest the next 100. And yeah, he's going to take the low route. Does see Yi there. He actually wants to see Yi commit to the 100 armor so that he can go straight to the belt. But, oh, he's a bit too slow, and Yi's going to get onto that, and Reflex going to have to run away here. Yi can chase through the corridor, and he will do with the combo. Reflex caught between a rock and a hard place there, and the spawn frag here from Yi is huge, taking a 2-point lead. All of a sudden, the game has gotten not so close. Now all the onus is on Reflex. He's got a minute and a half to make 2 frags. And considering it took him about 8 minutes for the last one, he's going to have to pick up the pace a bit. Teleporter play from Reflex. He doesn't have the stack to take this fight, and he's punished for it. Always a risk going through that teleporter. Damage is still neck and neck, but the armor advantage is at Yi's. Position advantage is great as well. He commits actually onto the 100. Didn't know the exact timing. And this is kind of the in that Reflex needs. Oh, he's so desperate for this 100 to spawn. Which it does. And he needs to get over towards the belt, but he also needs to chase. As he hears Yi, he has to chase this now. Yi throwing some exit damage through the teleporter. Reflex will take the belt. But he has 43 seconds to make this 2-frag deficit. It's totally doable, but he will need to catch Yi just the once. It's that first frag that's difficult. He has an inkling that Yi might be down here, and he's correct. Yi confirms that, but gets hit by a full flak ball. Reflex chases. Yi's down to 20 health. 45 after the pickup, and Reflex is going to cut him off, going out of the teleporter. Yi desperately throwing out rockets from behind. Reflex indecision here, sees Yi's rocket launcher. Oh, maybe he didn't notice. But he's floundering. Here's that health pack taken. Yi hits a great rocket. That's going to deny so much time. Reflex, you can see the slight frustration in his mouse movement. Yi will die to a single sniper here as Reflex chases with the impact hammer, but gives up with 5 seconds left. What a game. Very low scoring, but very tactical. So much respect being shown between these two players. Presumably they've played each other a lot. And know what to expect. But that means that Reflex is knocked out of the tournament. He was 3rd seed. I believe Yi was 4th. So not a huge upset or anything, but does mean that we won't be seeing Reflex in the final as he has been so many times. And Yi will continue tearing up the lower bracket. He was knocked down fairly early by Dylan, I think, and has since been beating everybody, knocked out scrims earlier today as well. And yeah, I'm going to go find out what match I'm covering next. And then I'll bring that to you. It might be the winner bracket final, although we could be covering another lower bracket match. I'm not sure yet. But either way, at this point in the tournament, all these maps are so stacked. Any one of these games could realistically be the grand final. So yeah, I'll see you in a minute once I work out what I'm casting next. Okay, guys, we're going to be moving on to the final, well, penultimate lower bracket round. We've reached the top 6 in the tournament. In the upper bracket, we still have Demon and Fantasy. They'll be playing the winner bracket final after this matchup. And in the lower bracket, we have Rookie, Yi, and Snatch Inceptos. I'll be covering Rookie versus Yi on this channel. And Dusick will be covering Snatch versus Inceptos on his channel. That's Twitch TV/DEWSICK with an underscore on the end, if you're not already watching. So 2 great matchups here. I've seen enough of Snatch so far this tournament, so I decided I wanted to cast this one. I haven't seen Rookie yet, but he took a map off Demon earlier. First player to do so, and did it in style apparently. Had quite a convincing win on ASDF, so I'm looking forward to this one. Seems like Yi not a fan of ASDF based on what chat was saying earlier, so maybe another opportunity for Rookie to take a map win there. So I'll be interested to see what the maps are in this matchup. Rookie, one of those players that's been playing since the beginning of the pre-alpha, and in fact was competing back in UT 2004, way back in 2004, so nearly 20 years of competitive experience. There was a period in time in UT4 Duel where he was the de facto champion of North America, only really challenged by Element in a couple of cups, and once or twice by Sassmaster, who I think still played as Kamikaze back then. But always seemed to be Rookie in the final and then winning the final. The man owns so many Unreal Tournament swag bags. He could make a living selling them by now, I'm sure. Players should be banning their maps as we speak. I don't know what maps Yi likes other than Deep. But it wouldn't surprise me if he tried to get an erase pick. That was quite the one-sided match when Rookie played Demon earlier today. But I imagine both these players very experienced on all the maps. Maybe Mythic would be the only exception, if only because it hasn't been around for too long, although Yi showed us how strong he is on that just a minute ago. I believe whoever wins this match guarantees a top 4. Because the winner of this match will play the winner of the match that Dusick is currently casting. It will subsequently play the loser of the upper bracket final. Okay, Small's assuring me that Yi's very good on a race, so could potentially see Rookie banning that out. Although Rookie's mechanics are nothing to snort at. Always very strong on the hit scan game. 2K4 player, of course. In fact, both these players coming from 2K4 originally. I should probably actually double check that they're not already playing. I'm waiting for the pick bans to come through. There's an all-important Fantasy versus Hydro practice game going on. There is a game hosted, but no players yet. Well, I'll give you all the information I have. The maps are going to be Solo, Deep and Mimic. And I don't know who picked what. Is Solo first. Sounds like Mimic will be the decider. So we won't be seeing a race, and we won't be seeing ASDF. So it's possible those two were the bans. I can imagine that it was Yi who picked Deep based on his performance versus Reflex. And I don't know if Rookie would have picked that immediately after losing it to Demon. We'll switch on over to the warm-up scene as it fails to pick up the game. There we go. Hard to say who that map list favours. I think Rookie's a player that can pretty much play any map. Although, maybe likes a bit of space in between him and his opponent. Don't know about Yi. He seems quite confident going up close. Although in general seems very confident with all of his weapons. Certainly a smart player. Looks like I'm not going to get information on who picked what, which is a shame. Rookie's left. Okay. Oh, UT4. Probably just changing hub. It's not the game. Maybe Ohio? Ohio's not showing up for me, which is annoying. Oh, am I blind? Get there eventually, guys. I think the way things are playing out, we're going to have the upper bracket final followed immediately by the lower bracket final, followed immediately by the grand final. So we're going to see a lot of hype matches pretty quickly, one after the other. Still no sign of Rookie. And they're not in Ohio. Snatch versus Insectoff's looking very close on Solo. I think it was like 4-5-1 when I last checked it. So Snatch making up the deficit. And that'll be map 1. Although Ducey doesn't seem to be speccing that. No, he is. Okay, that's fun. It's not tied up at 7-7. Hopefully these guys hurry up so I'm not radio casting another game that's already being casted. Come on, guys. There we go. Game is up on Ohio. So based on the fact that I think Ohio is a better server for Yi, I think that probably means that Solo is Rookie's map pick, which means Deep is Yi's map pick, and then Mythic as the decider. Oh, I see, it's a dual cast over on Dusic. On Dusic's channel. So if you want to hear Sassmaster talking about rotations, then head on over there. But Rookie's ready. Yi is nowhere to be seen. Maybe taking a break. There we go. Just taking 5 minutes between his games. Fair enough. That last game versus Reflex was a bit of a nail biter. This script, by the way, changes the player tag every time you dodge. So I'm hoping the Rookie's been keeping his aim warm in between games. Was about half an hour ago when he was playing. But I imagine the players will shoot around for a couple minutes and then we'll head on in. The classic kill yourself with a shock combo warm-up tactic. He's changing his binds. He's got something planned. Maybe he died last game by opening his chat by accident. It's been known to happen. It's the longest second I've ever witnessed. So I don't know if these guys have ever faced each other in 2K4 in a tournament. But I imagine they have played. I believe it was Yi who made it to 2 back-to-back finals in NA Dual Cups against Demon, though. So no slouch. I think both of these guys could realistically be finalists on another day. But as it happens, one of them will be going home after this match. That's a ready up from Yi. Just waiting on the Rookster. Maybe he wants to get that one more kill, assert dominance in the warm-up phase. I don't really know what we're waiting for. There we go, Rookie's ready. We are getting into map 1. We're getting a lower bracket match, so loser goes home. Best of 3. versus between Rookie and Yi. No, I can't set the FOV to 120.
3, 2, 1.
And it's Yi to get the sniper spawn. Doesn't look for a headshot. But Rookie presumably wise to that trick. There's a nice snipe to start the game off, forcing Rookie back onto the health packs. He's actually going to push out with the shock rifle, taking some space in the middle of the map. Risky play, but it does give him all the access he needs for this 100 armor. And Yi's left looking for a headshot. He has to contend himself with a 50 armor. As Rookie gets himself a sniper rifle, so he's fully loaded. Yi yet to get a shock and is one bullet out from running dry in that sniper. Good news for Yi, though, is that the 100 armor is pretty much synchronized with the belt. So as Rookie takes this belt, he'll get this 100 for free. In fact, enough time for Yi to get himself more sniper ammo and those vials. And that means he's actually got only 1 point of stack less than Rookie, despite losing the belt there. So smart play there. And it looks like the players are going to want to hang around for that one big bit of entry damage. They know, they both know where each other are. Oh, how did that shot miss? Not that it would have mattered. Rookie would immediately have healed it off with the 100 armor. But any damage you can do against that belt is welcome when you're in Yi's position. He's expecting Rookie to come from one of these 2 locations. And Rookie's left it a bit late to push in for this belt. Might actually have to concede. This position is really, really strong. When you have a shock rifle on solo, you see Yi able to just knock Rookie down. And now he can defend. Hits some damage with the combo. And Rookie left scrambling. Yi can run over towards the 100 armor and nearly traps Rookie down by the slide vent. And a huge combo before Rookie can step on that 100. Clinical play by Yi. Barely taking any damage in the process. And a huge headshot to take Rookie out. Sidelined him from an angle he wasn't expecting. He up by 2 now. Here's Rookie down below by the rocket launcher. And has to allow him to escape. So this 100's spawning now. Yi just going to take that. Oh, yeah, we'll just take it to deny it. Narrowly avoids getting comboed there, but the stack advantage is so vast. As Rookie down to 10 HP, and then subsequently down to 0. Spawns underneath Yi. Probably thought he had a chance to get to the belt, but Yi's too quick for him, and Yi's going to use as much of this armor up as possible before picking up the belt. You see, he took literally 0 damage in that fight. Once he picked the belt up. He's so stacked right now. Did allow Rookie to get onto that 100 armor. As he's hit the max stack, chasing Rookie, content to allow him to pick up these 100s because once you've got 350 armor, your opponent being on 200 doesn't really scare you. And he's got in good position here to go for the 100. Rookie does so much damage though, and Yi still fighting down low. Could take some damage from the flak. And that's a pretty decent fight from Rookie. Worth of the way, well over 200 armor. But Yi, perfect position for the belt. He's got it covered. This fight over the 100 is awkward because Rookie just doesn't have that health. And Yi's going to prioritize chasing him down, but misses the jump. And Rookie hits one nice combo, nearly a second one. And he's holding the angle. Yi is down to 68 after being so high stacked for so long. And Rookie takes him out. So total reversal. I don't think Yi got a kill. The whole time he was max stack. I think Rookie played really well to force him back and make sure he takes the damage before moving in. And Solo's a map where you can do that a bit. You can kite around and take sneaky angles with the sniper and shock combo. But Yi set up so far ahead of time for this belt. We saw this earlier, and it won him the first belt. And I think Rookie is going to make the move. Misses the jump, though, and that means that Yi can just take the belt. Rookie moving in with the flak. Hits a nice shot, but it's not enough to signal him to go in. As Rookie just goes over towards the 100 and picks that up. Let's switch to his point of view. A string around the middle of the map. Both players just looking for that first initial shot. Although it's Rookie's being pinged down low. Yi with the height advantage. Rookie's going to have to make the jump, but... oh, risky there. Yi, instead of challenging, is actually going to cycle back and make sure he has shock ammo for this next fight. Clearly thinking about the belt defense. Belt is up in 5. Rookie has to push through this if he wants to contest the belt. Hits 2 snipers, but that's not going to mean much by the time Yi picks up the belt. And it's Yi with a great defensive position on the 100 armor. Rookie moving in with the combos. But he's lost his height advantage, and he's going to have to play into some risk to try and take this 100. Hits a combo, but the damage being dealt is all in favor of Yi because he's got that 100 to back onto. I suppose Rookie has the 50, but he's moving up. Diving in with the rockets. Yi air rockets in. Both players down low. And it's Rookie who's still chasing this 2-point lead. So he has to make these plays eventually. He wants to at least leave him some time. Leave himself some time to account for any mistakes. Hits a good sniper. Yi will die to another sniper, so he's whipping out that impact shield. And just hanging around this 100 armor as Rookie sits on the belt. First belt for Rookie in a long time. And he will also probably get these vials. And he's actually faking the jump here, expecting Yi to be up near the minigun. Good initial damage on the sniper rifle. He's going to see if he can get some more with the shock. Yi sitting on the health packs. As Rookie goes up. Yi, defensive combos. Actually sneaks away. Doubles back though. Expecting a chase down low from Rookie as he hits another sniper shot. Oh, both players are so low once again. And it's Yi to fall. Rookie will pick up the 100. And he hears Yi spawn by the shock. Can't hit the snipe. Or the follow-up. The shock makes Yi so dangerous here. Rookie, even with 200 health, or 200 stack, doesn't want to go in for the kill. And Yi hiding behind the sign. This could be bad. Rookie doesn't have much shock ammo. But Yi's going to respect the aim and allow Rookie to pick that up. Oh no, Rookie misses the jump ahead of this 100 armor spawn. That's going to allow Yi to pick up that 100. Was operating on 25 armor up until that point. And Rookie, he's one step closer than he was a few minutes ago, but still needs to get over that last hurdle, which is this last life of Yi's. But Yi's making it so difficult for him. It feels like Yi really controls the pace of games. We saw this in his Mythic game against Reflex. Just people are so terrified of pushing into him. Rookie goes down low for the 100 armor. Maybe a mistake there as he's able to pick that one uncontested. And we're reaching do or die territory for Rookie. 52 seconds left. As Yi makes his move onto the belt. Rookie's chasing him with the flat cannon. Might engage a fight here. But Yi backs off. Oh, and I think Yi's got himself onto this belt as Rookie made the risky play. Oh, nearly a huge combo, but Rookie stuffs it up. That is a shame. And Yi, great defensive play. Taking the high ground anti-combos Rookie, and that could be all she wrote for game 1. Unfortunate anti-combo there, but I think Rookie just left it a bit too late. You know, if he'd made that push a couple minutes ago, then he still has a couple minutes to try and make up this 2 frag deficit. But the spawn frag will seal the deal.
10, 9, 8.
And despite the very even damage, the game will go to Yi, 5-2. Close match, but if I'm honest, it did feel like Yi was just in control of the pace of the game the whole time. And we're changing hubs to NA East. Let's hope this hub has the right map. And I imagine that was Rookie's map pick. So maybe he's a bit worried going into deep. I could be wrong there. But based on the way that Yi played that map, it feels like solo's the sort of map that plays into his strengths. We certainly saw him rack up the kills against Reflex on deep though. So if he can repeat that process, then he's going through to the next round and Rookie will be out. Those shots are really hard to hit, by the way. As Yi readies up, Rookie might take a minute just to get used to the new hub. Nope, he's going straight in to map 2. Potentially the last map of this series, but we shall see.
3, 2, 1.
And it's Yi with the shock spawn, Rookie gets the sniper. Let's always follow the headshot machine. And a very slow, respectful start between these two players. Yi holding a weird off angle with the shock there. As he's worked his way into this 100 armor very effectively. Rookie's going to go in. Great rocket. And Yi, great movement around the 100 except for the final dodge, which meant that he missed it. As Rookie's going to cycle these vials. Yi, I believe, missed that 50 jump, which meant he had to take it a second time. And inevitably, Rookie was there. As Rookie's going to take this rocket and these vials as well. And the 25, restricting so much space from Yi. He's already at 170 health. I don't think I've ever seen someone stack up this fast on deep. Just a perfect start from Rookie. Does give up the 100, but that's to be expected when the first one was not delayed. Can't really fault him for not delaying that 100 armor, given the circumstances. And now he's taking this 50 armor fight from way back. Yi's committed down low. Rookie kind of wants to jump for this, but not before he's done enough damage to guarantee that Yi can't kill him. Will eventually get himself to 50. Did take a lot of damage though, and this aggressive move with the shock could punish him because he's run out of ammo. Will get the kill with the sniper though. Clutch play by Rookie. Oh, we're going to pretend he didn't shoot himself there. And he's set up nice and early. Great little lift jump over to deny the sniper rifle before he comes to the belt. We saw Scrims do that yesterday, I believe, in his game against Fantasy. And the belt goes to Rookie uncontested. He had the impact hammer out there, but somehow does all the damage. Although Rookie, better position for this 100. Actually, Yee's made his way onto it and the combo is fluffed by Rookie. Opportunity there for Rookie to have got that 100, but didn't commit to it in time, and Yee walks away with a ton of health. It's nothing but vials for Rookie at the moment. Probably can't afford to go for this 50 armor either. Will instead cycle through the shock area of the map. And Rookie's being chased down by Yee. Down to 55. Will make his way over towards these health packs. All important health packs in the middle of deep, but Rookie's pinged down again to 55. Allowed to slip onto the 100 by Yee though, who is prioritizing the belt, and now it's Yee's turn to be at an outrageous health stack. Rookie keeping him honest with the sniper though. And we're in a similar position as we were on solo. Very slow-paced game. But this time, it's Rookie in the lead with a small 3-point lead. Although, based on the pace that these guys are playing, that's pretty big. As the combo is denied by Rookie headbutting the shock core. Yee firing some spam over that shock pickup, but nothing connecting. As he's kind of trapped Rookie here by the health pack and he's moving in. He wants some damage here. And he isn't going to get it with that combo as he runs out of ammo, forced to back away. He's got this 100 armor up behind him and that sniper shot is great, forces Rookie all the way back. No longer has the health to even come near these central health packs because he's going to get punished. Or in fact has slipped away. He tries to choose an exit to combo, nearly picks right as Rookie runs through to the other side. And has to go and protect the belt. Which has a small delay on it at the moment, but is otherwise reasonably synchronized to the 100 armor. He knows where he is now though. Hits one primary, and the second, and the third. Rookie trapped down by the flak now, nowhere to run. As he's struggling to navigate these flak bombs from Rookie, which buys him a little bit extra time. And these sniper shots from Rookie are actually keeping him from being walked over. Both players very similar health. But the positional advantage goes to Yee, who's got this 100. And is now baiting the 25, had an inkling the Rookie would be there and was correct. And that sets him up nicely for this belt, which is up in 10 seconds. Rookie scrambling for some kind of stack to allow him to get some map presence. But will not contest the belt. Very slow tactical game between these two players. As Yee tries to prevent Rookie from getting away from this 100. And Yee's so quiet the way he moves around the map. He knows where Rookie is. He's like hunting him from above. But the problem with that is you have to rely on cutoffs. And Rookie is too sneaky for him. See, Yee tracking him through the map. Knows exactly where he is based on the sound. But he's not getting anything done at the moment. For as impressive as it might be. There we go. That sniper is a signal to at least move in a little bit, but has to respect these combos that could be coming through the grate, and he misses his jump. That's crucial because this belt's coming up, and Rookie is in position for it. Plays around the belt safely. Doesn't want to get knocked off by a shock combo. And Rookie's gone very defensively, matching the pace that Yee sets, nearly hits a huge combo. Has lost a lot of that belt. Must have been sniped. I hadn't seen that great weapon combination by Rookie. Just needs one shot to finish it off, and he gets Yee before he can get to the health packs. And that will guarantee himself this 100 armor. And all that time Yee spent trying to get himself back into the game is all for nothing. As Rookie takes an even bigger lead. 3 minutes left. A big fight. Favors the rocket launcher player. Rookie does have more stacks still. Oh, the flak is whipped out by Rookie. Great flak connection. Bounces Yee towards him and he gets the kill. And he's now walking over towards this belt. He knows Yi spawned over in this direction, so he doesn't want to commit too quickly. And is in fact going for the sneaky play. I think they both went for the sneaky play. But Yi's making the jump. He's caught from underneath. Rookie eventually works his way onto the belt and gets the kill and lines up a spawn frag. Yi's going to call it at 0-6. And we go to a map 3. Certainly a closer game than the score implies, but did feel like Yi wasn't prepared to take that last step and take that last risk to try and break the game wide open. Did feel like he kind of got beaten at his own game by Rookie and slowly lost his grip on the map. Players are deciding which server to go on. So I will go and wait in the hub browser. I'm going to quickly check the score on the Snatch game. It's like Snatch versus Inceptos has concluded, and it will be Inceptos moving on. So no Europeans in the top 3, I'm afraid. Rip the dream. This circle, by the way, is like the Tay head material blown up to 10 times size out of the map by the link gun. Looks like the players are being very particular on the server. I mean, the ping suggests this is pretty good for both of them. But I get that in a tournament you don't want to risk desyncs and hub weirdness. They say they were going to Dallas. Does anyone in chat know the score on the, or the map score for the Snatch and Septos game? Two to 1, so reasonably close overall, I guess. So what we've established is Rookie ping's the same, and Yi ping's double to this server. I think I might have recorded a replay last game. No, that is the wrong game, but we'll show it to you anyway. So back when Snatch was in the upper bracket, or still in the tournament even. Some outrageous headshot by Fantasy. There we go. Everyone's watching me now. You can all see the ping discussions for yourself. I'm surprised the viewer count jumped so much, actually. I would have thought that most of the viewers are watching both streams. But seemingly not, which is good to see. Almost 200 viewers for UT in 2022, no less. Okay, so Dusic has finished for the day, so it will be me carrying the torch until the tournament concludes. Hopefully my voice will last for the next few series. Although if it doesn't, never mind. I'm not going to miss it, I'll show you that. But Have Fun is called. Looks like the players are going to stay on this server, which is good. So we don't have to waste more time. There we go. Yeah, shout out to Dusic for casting up until now. It is his birthday today, so he gets to sit back and enjoy the games if he chooses to continue watching. But enough about the casters. On to map 3 between Rookie and Yi. We had 2 very slow and patient maps already. And if Yi's game against Reflex is anything to go by, this will probably be similar. It is a map where you can play very wary and position heavy. Rookie taking some presence in the middle of the map. So Yi has a decision to make. And he chooses to go around by the 25. Rookie will survive a headshot, which is important at the beginning of a duel. And he chooses to jump straight for the 100 armor. And actually is going in aggressively, but not overcommitting. Spots Yi down low, hits so much damage on him, he's going to chase up the jump pad as Yi beelines over towards the 50. And then drops down to the minigun. Rookie moves in with a link gun, and Yi actually kills himself with the rockets. Belts up in 2 seconds. And it's a trade for the 100 armor. Well, favouring Rookie as he got that 1 point on... Well, not a 1 point on the scoreboard, but... You know how it is. But Rookie looking to catch Yi at the 50. Although it's Rookie who actually wants that pick up. Now this 100 armor, as always, will be interesting. Neither player actually needs it up until now, as Yi hits 3 crucial shot primaries. And that 70 damage that he took will be healed off by the 100 armor. It's now Rookie looking worse for wears. Sat down by the belt, gonna try and get himself this 25 armor as Yi pushes into tri-rockets. Does hit a shock primary. Oh, nice defensive snipers from Rookie. Yi's down to 12 health and this belt's coming up. Rookie scores first blood as it's a 2-point lead. And Rookie secures the belt. Actually in great position to get this 100 armor as well. Although Yi defends it with some nice combos. Big fight with the rockets. It's Rookie to do most of the damage. But Yi in a position to heal himself back up. Combos exchanged, and Yi just gets the hell out of there through the teleporter. Actually going to follow Yi now. Still plenty of time to get himself off minus. But this 100's coming up, and it looks like Rookie has the presence in the middle of the map. Narrowly avoiding that combo. Rookie actually dropping down low, going underneath the vision of the player at the 25. We saw some examples of that yesterday. And Yi's going to set up for this belt, but he's all out of shock ammo. And that's super important playing defensively like this. As Rookie comes in, hits 2 shots. Belt's up in 3 seconds. Rookie knows exactly when it is. Great combo there by Rookie. Placing the shock core defensively so Yi doesn't commit. And will secure him the belt. Rookie chasing up the lift. Has to respect the tri-rockets. Yi, great movement backing into the 100 and hits a crucial sniper, but damage is still coming from Rookie. And this 50 armor, keeping Yi alive as he backs through the teleporter, will probably throw a defensive rocket behind him as Rookie chases. Great headshot by Yi, and that's a signal to go in. He wants to find the perfect opportunity, though. He's down to 1 HP from a combo by Rookie. Both players so low. Although Yi's healing himself up better, and he's positioning himself better to get these items. As he defends the 100 armor from Rookie, who still just didn't have the health to take the fight. Gets himself not quite under the scoreboard because of that early suicide, but he's 1 frag closer. The belt's up in 4 seconds. And still all to play for with 6 minutes left. Yi getting this belt relatively uncontested, knows Rookie's above him, and trades 50 damage for 50 damage there. Which, as always, favors the player with the armor. I believe Rookie hurt himself on the ledge there. Which means that Yi has a good chance for this 100. And he's going to push in a little bit more aggressively. Looking for some damage, but eventually will back up and take the 100. Damage looking very even. Rookie with a few 100 armors, but more belts. So each player choosing their point in the map and sticking with it. And it is exactly as I expected, a very slow-paced, respectful game between these two. Yi set up for this belt. Poking through to the 50, tries to hit a shot, and any damage he does now makes this belt fight all the easier. But he did come off worse for wears in that trade. Rookie, though, not contesting the belt. So Yi's going to pick that up pretty easily. But Rookie, big combo there. Almost 100 damage, and Rookie's built himself up a great vial stack as well. And this pressure from Rookie is slowly working his way onto Yi. Hasn't taken any damage yet, and has essentially nullified the belt advantage. He can get this 50, but instead goes into the center of the map where Rookie is waiting for him. And it will be Rookie to play around this 100 armor. Yi actually making him play for it. 2-shot primaries are going to send him packing. As Rookie looking for the huge combo. Yi commits onto the 100 armor, but he's knocked down 3 shot primaries in a row. Rookie needs to hit his shots here. And the flak's not connecting. He's down to 90 health. Opts not to chase, which I think is the wise move. And it will stack up just a little bit before this belt fight. Yi with defensive combos defending this belt. And will secure it. So Rookie, unable to finish that kill earlier, had a good opportunity as Yi dropped into him. Huge combo there. This is like we saw last belt cycle. Rookie able to do the damage as he goes up towards the 100 armor, nearly misses the jump. Yi's applying pressure from above, hits a nice sniper. Oh, Rookie down to 15 health. Yi will also die to 1 sniper though, so can't afford to be too aggressive. And Rookie just waiting for Yi to go up that jump pad. Yi knew exactly where he was, and now Rookie's got to watch his head. And he's in really bad health right now. We'll go through this teleporter. Or not. Has an important decision to make, because if he goes through that teleporter, he's essentially committed. And this is like the 4th or 5th belt the Rookie's given over to Yi. A lot of respect between these two players. Each one wants the other to come to them. I feel like that kind of favors Yi based on the playstyle that I've seen him exhibiting so far. $100 armor's up. Yi actually not taking it, making a sneaky silent play into the 50 armor room. And now we'll be forced to double back by Rookie's teleporter play. Narrowly avoids a combo there. 3-shot primaries. Knocks Rookie down to 30 health. And Yi could get the kill here. One more needed. Rookie's on 10 HP. Remember, Yi's still 1 point behind. He has to tie this up eventually. But he's zoned Rookie out of all the possible options. Yi now going to deny this 50 armor. And this is where he needs to make his play. After this belt. Oh, Rookie's so low. And the combo is huge from Rookie. Just pulling these combos out from nowhere. Consistently denying the belt from Yi. And another huge combo knocks Yi down to 9 HP. That could have been huge. Rookie would have got the kill after having been on 5 health. But as it stands, both players, well, not after that health pack, but would have died to a sniper shot. And this option to be non-committal by Yi is starting to maybe hurt him a bit as we enter the last minute, still a 1 point lead, and at the rate things are going, he's not getting off that deficit unless he makes a play. Remember, this is game 3. Whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. As Yi's making his play now, Rookie, similar stack. As the belt's up in 1 second, Rookie in a better position, although he backs off, and Yi's going to take the belt. Another huge combo by Rookie. They've been keeping him in this game. As he comes back down the lift, I don't think that was intentional. I think that was the lift bug. But eventually gets himself onto the armor. Rookie's down to 5 HP once again. Yi chasing with 40 seconds left. He killed Rookie. And has a decent stack to work with, especially after that 50 armor. There's no armor left up on the map apart from the 25. So Yi has 30 seconds where he could potentially push for a kill here and finish the game. Man, heart rates of these players has got to be going so fast now as Yi spots Rookie down by the 50. And is instead going to slow play it, maybe opting for overtime here. Or at least guaranteeing he has the stack advantage before he makes his play.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And we're going to overtime by the looks of things. I think this is the first overtime I've seen so far. And what a match it's been. Still on 1-1 on Mythic. Pace of the game been way down. And it's Yi to sit on the belt this time. Rookie looking for some potential peak damage, but not going to take it. He's been off on the other side of the map, building up a vial stack, and we'll get this armor uncontested. So relatively similar stacks for the two players, despite the belt advantage. As Rookie hits the first shot. Now very similar stacks. And if the last 10 minutes are anything to go by, I don't expect these players will be hard committing to any fights anytime soon. They want that advantage. They've still got everything to play for. Could still realistically see either of these players in the final. Of course, they'll have to go up against Inceptus in the next round. The pace is so slow. Yi, he doesn't want to take this 100 armor. He wants to use it for something important. He would benefit 50 armor from it, but he's left it a bit late, and the belt's coming up in 4 seconds. Rookie has an idea of where he's coming from, but Yi just skates on by him and takes the belt. As both players are building up their vial stack, seemingly not willing to damage each other. Small stack advantage now for Yi. And as the players build vials, that belt becomes less and less relevant. Yi chasing, has the high ground. Rookie looking for one of those huge damage combos that have been keeping him in the game, and we have about 20 seconds left before we reach overtime number 2. As Yi comes around the corner, does a bit of damage to Rookie.
10, 9,
But I can't imagine he's going to commit. He knows how stacked Rookie is.
6,
As Rookie moves in on the 100 armor, throwing out some shock cores to try and deny space, but this is going to be an overtime number 2. As the shock battles continue, Yi hitting 90 damage onto Rookie. This belt's up in 5, and Rookie's charging tri-rockets. Yi with an 80 damage combo. This is the lowest we've seen either of these players for ages, and Rookie will go down. And Yi takes the lead. Oh, nearly hits the headshot onto Rookie. That could have sealed the game the way things are going. And now Yi just needs to essentially kill the next minute and a half. That's a great start. If he gets a 2-point lead, then this may as well be over. He's so stacked. Even denying the sniper from Rookie. making sure he's well equipped on ammo. And essentially the onus is all on Rookie, but he's losing these engagements. He's going to have to take a very uncomfortable fight if he wants to win this, I think. His damage is still super even. Look how many 100 armors Yi's had and belts. Pretty one-sided in that department. As Rookie,
1 minute.
he's caught between two trains of thought. He has to push and he has to run away. His belt's up in 5. Rookie making some noise, trying to contest it. Was that a headshot? That could be the signal for Rookie to at least try something, but the belt goes to Yi. These rockets are good from Rookie, but it's just not quite enough. He's down to 80 health as Yi's still on 100, 150. And Yi not going to take any risks. He knows Rookie's coming from the 100.
30 seconds left.
And with 30 seconds left, it's looking like Yi might advance. As Rookie, this is do or die for him right now. He has to push here pretty much with 22 seconds left. Yi's throwing out these defensive combos. Rookie with the flak, not getting the damage he needs, and Yi still has that teleporter to back away through. The combo doesn't hit, and the direct rocket is going to send Rookie down to 30 health. I think that's sealed it.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Oh, with only 46 damage difference and a 1 score difference, the game will go to Yi. And Rookie is knocked out of the lower brackets. But realistically, it could have been either of these two players advancing. What a game. And all the games we've been seeing with Yi, he just controls the pace of the game so well. It's like I mean, Rookie was slowing the game down there deliberately, but it feels like he's the sort of player that doesn't want to play that slowly. And sometimes players, they have this uncanny ability to force the opponent to, actually want to play their style. I feel like that's what was happening there. But yeah, Yi knocking Rookie out. And that means we have our top 4 in the tournament, and it is all NA. I'm sorry, my fellow Euros. The top 5 is Demon Fantasy, top 4 rather, is Demon and Fantasy, yet to play their winner bracket final, which will be next, I believe. And then Rookie will go on to play in Yi will go on to play in Septos in the lower bracket semi-final. I'm just going to go get ready for that upper bracket final. I'll see you in just a minute. Welcome back, guys. I'm awaiting the pick bands. And the players are already on Chicago. I had just enough time to stuff my face with some biscuits. These are your maps. I have no idea who picked what. But we'll be playing most of the map pool, assuming we get all the way. And they're getting right into it already. So this is, of course,
3, 2,
the winner bracket, the upper winner bracket, upper something or other final. That's right. The upper bracket final between Demon and Fantasy, which is the matchup from the last big UT4 Duel tournament, and a huge start by Fantasy with a headshot, getting that sniper spawn. And a nice snipe onto Demon as he comes out the link gun room, which applies so much pressure on Demon before he can get to this belt. Oh, this 100 armor, sorry. Demon's still going for it, though, and potential to still steal this armor away as Fantasy goes in with the sniper. Bit of a mistake there as Demon's able to somehow work his way onto that 100. Does need health, though. Where's my HUD? Must have turned it off. Oh, big combo from Demon as he drops onto Fantasy. Tons of damage. Fantasy's left scrambling. And another headshot from Demon this time. The 100 and the belt are synchronized, of course, which means Fantasy's going to get this one almost for free. Although, as I say that, Demon peeks around the corner for a headshot. And Fantasy taking some presence in the middle of the map, but Demon's going to aim bottom down with the shock primaries. Fantasy's dodging around that pillar was not as helpful as he hoped, narrowly avoiding a combo from Demon. And that combo missed somehow. And these damage trades are going to favor Demon. He's the player with the highest stack. And a huge combo into Fantasy. And Demon eventually gets the kill there and lands himself in a great position with 300 stack. Fantasy left with the rocket launcher and does get a direct, but Demon returns a direct flak of his own. And Fantasy killed down by the flak cannon. And that headshot start is looking like it was a long time ago for Fantasy, as Demon continues to slowly build his stack in excess of 300 now. Something I've noticed Demon does now is this strafe spamming as he walks towards you makes him really hard to hit. As he cleans up Fantasy once again, I think there's no doubt that Demon is the best player on this map in the world. Consistently, of course, as I say that, he dies. And nearly a spawn frag, those rockets were so close, singeing the hair off Demon. As Fantasy's kind of backed into this corner here, Demon denying the health packs from him. Knows the Fantasy is weak, and will back up to the 50 armor. And he moves in to apply more pressure. Does risk a headshot here. As Fantasy's able to get onto the 100, Demon content to set up for the belt, in fact. Now knows exactly where Fantasy's coming from. The belt's up in 2 seconds. As Fantasy drops on him regardless with the tri-rockets, doesn't hit the connection and takes a combo in return. Demon flying through the air at him. Damage looking not too dissimilar. I don't know how he did that damage. I was looking at the scoreboard, but Fantasy's down to 9 health and will be picked off at range. Another big fight will surely go the way of Demon unless... no. The link gun betrays Fantasy there. And you see Demon heard the spawn, instinctively flicks his aim towards the minigun because there is a spawn there. And these fights... I mean, Fantasy has opportunities in these fights, but the problem is he's going against Demon, who has such great aim. And we're now 9-2, roughly halfway through this game now. And it's been all Demon. Of course, it was Fantasy who beat Demon in the last Duel Cup, but he did it from the lower bracket. So there is precedent for Fantasy winning this matchup, but perhaps not on this map. As Demon's looking so comfortable with his movement and his aim now. You can see the confidence building as he throws in the little tricks. And he's committing down low here. Fantasy's forcing him to move into him with these rockets, but they're just not hitting. There we go, there's a good connection, followed by a second. Demon could die to a snipe here, and he does go down. And, I mean, it is a race. And Fantasy gets himself onto the 100 armor, does go down, but denies it, which is still useful. Fantasy pushing in with the Enforcer and the rocket launcher. It's a trade kill, making it messy. This belt's up in 10 seconds. As it's Fantasy to pick up the sniper, Demon to pick up the shock. It's like being at the start of the game again. Except he's 7 points down. But securing that belt by hitting the sniper shot onto Demon. And he knows where his opponent is, but he walks into the combo and narrowly avoids the second one. And this fight's got to favor Demon. Oh, take it back. Headshot for a second headshot there, but Demon's going to push in with the Enforcer. Fantasy needs to hit these rockets. Switches to the sniper rifle and connects too. So now within 5, with 5 minutes left, looking far better than he ever did earlier in the game. But this Enforcer play from Demon is outrageous. Punished though. Not able to connect those last couple shots. But now Fantasy's slightly out of position for the 100. Needs to rush over there. He spots Demon along the way. And Demon not in a point to contest. Fantasy's actually moved out. Clearly confident that Demon is not going to make a move on this 100. But now he will have to double back just to make sure he can get to the belt in time. Belt's up in 5 seconds. He knows roughly where Demon is. And Demon hits a great entry rocket. The grenades from Fantasy are not enough, and Demon hits a second direct, and that wins in the belt. And every kill Demon gets in this matchup is going to make it easier and easier for him to keep that lead going. He's now at 120, 150. These defensive snipes from Fantasy not connecting. Demon's forced his opponent into the 50 room. And Fantasy, looking weak, going for the health bubbles. He has actually done a substantial amount of damage here. Could get the kill. It's all or nothing with this kill, but Demon picks it up and secures himself the 100. Not entirely out of reach yet. Of course, you can spawn frag very quickly on this map as Fantasy knocks Demon down low. He's able to get to the health though. Still, one more sniper shot would do it, and Demon goes down. So Fantasy proving that he can aim with the zoomer. Hitting another crucial snipe. Demon forced to go over towards the shock rifle and eats another bullet. We're now only four frags difference. And a huge headshot by Fantasy secures in the belt with the bind spam. 100 armor's up, and Fantasy hits another headshot, followed by a body shot. And now within 2, potential for a third here. But will not get the headshot. Demon slips away. As Demon's down to 1 HP, Fantasy, just able to hit the link before Demon could let loose another rocket. His armor's up soon, now within 1. He's turned it around so quickly. I'm so impressed by Fantasy right now. He's using Demon's weapon against him, his absurd aim. As Fantasy guarantees himself this 100 armor, doesn't eat the sniper shot. That's pretty important, allows him to keep his momentum going. And he hears Demon down by the 20 health. The anti-combo, that's crucial. Demon might use that as a cue to go in. Fantasy's got to be nervous right now. As belt's up in 6 seconds, 100 armor shortly afterwards. If Demon gets this belt, which he will, then that means Fantasy has to play very passively on this next 100. As Demon comes in from behind, that allows Fantasy to get onto the 100. And he's doing the Yi tactic of taking the 100 after he gets hit. And the pace has slowed down a bit. Fantasy, remember, still needs 1 kill. And is still chasing as Demon's the one to do the early damage in this fight. 173 damage combo with a follow-up sniper shot. Demon's down to 42 health. One more shot would do it. He's pushing in. What a headshot by Fantasy. He's hit so many this game as he ties it up. Goes in to deny the shock rifle as well. This 100 armor's up in 2 seconds. And Fantasy's over, trying to punish Demon for going to the sniper. but Demon will walk away with 100 armor, so slight position error by Fantasy. Maybe adrenaline running high. As he drops onto the belt, he knows Demon probably can't get in there in time to contest. And he will pick that up. Demon's the one to do the first snipe, though. As Fantasy moves in, he wants to press the issue, but he's taken 3 sniper shots and he will die to a 4th. 30 seconds left. It's all on Demon. I'm going to switch to his point of view now, as he will likely want to chase Fantasy down and secure this game before overtime. He's spotted Fantasy over by the 25. He's moving in. Fantasy does 2-shot primaries, though, and the defensive combo denies Demon the space, but Fantasy's on 65 health. 10 seconds left in regulation as Demon pins Fantasy down at the end of the pit, but he can't connect the shots. Finally hits the combo. 4 seconds left, and that's a GG. What a game. What a game. That was quite the game. Look at the damage, 3,500. And I'm assuming this was Demon's map pick. Very confident on this map. He absolutely destroyed Rookie on it. As we move on to Mythic. Reminder that this is a best of 5. Man, if these players are going to play such close games, then we're going to be here for a while. Because this is a best of 5. Next matchup is a best of 5, and then the final is a best of 7 with a 1-map advantage. Potential for a couple hours there. But we're back on Mythic. I don't know who to favour on this map, to be perfectly honest. As players get straight into map 2.
Three, two, one.
Oh, it's the Fantasy spawn over by the shock rifle. Fantasy being chased through the teleporter. Has to take his shots here. And nearly takes Demon down, but Demon will survive. And nearly a spawn frag. In fact, it is a spawn frag. So quick 2-0. Reverse of what happened last map where Fantasy hit the headshot. And Demon applying pressure through the window. Set up for this 100 armor will favour Demon. Fantasy, in fact, not making any attempt to push. As Demon catches him with a shock primary as he exits the teleporter. Oh, this is such absurd aim from Demon. Those shots are not easy to hit when you're vertical. And Fantasy has to back off towards the 100 armor. And this is an interesting place to defend the belt from. It means the Demon can actually apply pressure at the 100 as Fantasy has to drop down. But now Demon has to run over towards the belt. Because Fantasy's making a move for it and he will actually get the belt. That's outrageous, Fantasy. I think Demon maybe made a small movement error there and potential for a spawn frag as Demon jumps over onto the 100 armor. He's got no gun out. Oh, the flak damage is great from Fantasy. Just needs one more shot. Oh, but he switches to the sniper rifle. Ran out of ammo, but connects the shot and the teabag from Fantasy. Rubbing it in. Oh, the bio is so close. Fantasy taking the lead of that kill there. And this is a very, very different pace to the games that we just saw with Yi and Reflex. But Demon's worked his way into the 100, big combo from Fantasy, but still not enough. Demon ties it up. And the damage is already 700 each. We're 2 minutes into this game. Belt's coming up in 5. Fantasy had the better position. Demon not really anywhere to be seen. Fantasy charging these tri-rockets. As Demon tries to deny the space with the shock rifle, but not connecting the combos. Eventually will hit one. And the game goes a bit quiet now as Fantasy and Demon, both similar stacks. It's not clear exactly what the objective is at the moment, although Demon hitting those 2 snipers might push through the teleporter here. Fantasy expecting that. throw some spam. But he's on the back foot with only 100 health. Oh, these combos are huge from Demon. Fantasy walks straight into those. And Demon's going to get himself another 100 armor. The timings, the way they work out, means that Fantasy doesn't have the 50 to work with. He's going to have to run over towards the 25, but Demon expects this. And Fantasy's forced to drop. Fantasy, though, I think he's got himself this belt. Hits a direct flak ball, but can't avoid the direct rocket from Demon, and Demon will walk away from the belt unscathed. You know, that situation easily could have gone Fantasy's way, and I think a couple of times Demon has been focusing more on doing damage than he is on getting to the armors, and Fantasy's just the sort of player who can take advantage of that. Oh, but this damage from Demon is so painful. Demon's the sort of player who will always make that jump over the ledge of the rockets to try and get that one last sniper shot, and he's cornered Fantasy at the 25. Desperation flak plays here, it will not pay off. 100 armors up in just a second, and Fantasy's probably going to go down a second time here. Demon up by 4. And potentially 5. That's the link aim. It's too strong. Teabag for teabag. And this time, Fantasy defends himself with the bio rifle. Demon, sure he's going to get this belt. As Fantasy falls. The damage has spiked for Demon way ahead now. As he's cornered Fantasy once again. Seems like Fantasy's a bit lost. Just doesn't have the space to work with. Mimic, you can play it slowly, but it's still a relatively small map. And if someone like Demon is prepared to jump and run around at the pace he is currently, then that map's going to feel a whole lot smaller. As now Fantasy caught Demon out by the 50, actually. And Demon had to bail. And it's all play for this next 100 armor, which is up in 10 seconds. Demon eats a rocket and decides to back away. And that makes the decision-making difficult for Demon as he wants to defend this belt. Hits a direct flak ball. That's a great start. And hits a... Oh, what is that shot primary? It's outrageous. Fantasy having to defend this belt at range, but hits the combo. There we go. There's the belt that he's been wanting these last couple cycles. And this time he can deny the 100 armor. Still only down by 5 with 4.5 minutes. Plenty of time. And I love that combo for Fantasy. It was predicting Demon to run to the other side of the box, but Demon not falling for it. And Fantasy actually... did himself a favor there by missing that jump, because he did not have the health really to challenge there. And he's missed the jump again. That jump, not so helpful. Take it back. 200 IQ. Oh, no. Oh, Fantasy finally makes his way into this 100. Maybe displaying a few nerves as Demon surely goes down here. But what I found interesting about that failed 100 jump, he failed it a couple times and then immediately changed priorities to look for Demon coming out from the bio. It's testament to how acutely tuned in Fantasy is to like all the timings, where players are going to be at what times. And is now working from this 50 armor room. And we'll pick up the 100. Pushing into Demon, who is only slightly lower stack. In fact, actually outstacks after that shot, and it's a 1v1 flak fight. Fantasy switches to the rockets and does some damage, but pushing in here is so risky. Both players down low. Still, Fantasy will die to a snipe. Not after the 25, though. And he's going to push Demon way back into the 50 room. Oh, and Demon's set up for the belt. He's opted to give up the 100 armor. And Fantasy also pushes to the belt from the low ground, but is punished. And is going to have to go for that 100. And with a 4-point lead, Demon can afford to split game down quite a bit here. Fantasy has to push at some point. He's going to need to take those awkward fights. And after a reset like that kill, he's got a lot of work to do getting his weapon arsenal in order. And this time, just not hitting the crucial headshots that he hit on Erase as Demon plows him with a combo. And the concession from Fantasy, Demon goes 2-0 up. So I have to mute to off a bit there, sorry about that. Demon imparting some Valorant wisdom onto Fantasy in between the games. Anyway, we're moving on to map 3, which could easily be a 1-1 game state right now, but Demon walked away with that first map. Just about. The players are ready. Oh, Demon's not in. So I guess Demon crashed. Or maybe he's decided that he's too skilled and no one can match him. There we are, Demon's back. And reminder, because Demon is 2 maps up, if he wins this map, he advances to the grand final as the #1 seed with the map advantage. But these players are ready and waiting, getting into the game. It's map 3. This time on solo, which I think I would have expected to favor Fantasy's playstyle a bit. But then again, I said the same about Mythic, and that was more convincing than Erase. Fantasy going in aggressive with a sniper, I like the thought, but was blocked by Demon. And these snipers are crucial, keeping Demon at bay. Both players know where the other is. Demon making his way to the 100 armor. Fantasy, if he doesn't hit a shot here, he's given up the 100, and I think that's because he messed his jump up at the 25. Did not mean to fall down there. And that's put his position very poor indeed. Oh, the straight spamming from Demon, man. And he gets the kill on 6 health. Would have gone down to a sniper there. It's just the kills are so close in HP between these two players consistently. As Demon moves in, what a combo, dodges over the rocket from Fantasy and hits a blinder of a combo. Still on 16 health though. So Fantasy's making him work for it. And that's testament to Fantasy's ability to take these fights in great circumstances, although does eat 2 sniper shots in a row. That 100 armor is all but gone. Oh, the headshot ahead of the 100 armor is pretty brutal here. Fantasy wanted that 100, and Demon taking the passive approach to sit at the sniper, hitting the headshot, sets Fantasy back a good 30 seconds. And this belt's coming up, Fantasy spots Demon, he doesn't really have the health to take a fight here. Having to rely on combos, Demon overkills him with the headshot. And that nice little move from Fantasy forced Demon away from the top, made him run straight to the belt. Which gave Fantasy some time to get to the sniper rifle and contest for this 100 armor, which is done beautifully, but the combo from Demon is disgusting. (4-0) for Demon, but it's felt closer every fight. Fantasy now relying on the bio, though. Can't say I would agree with that tactic as Demon hits Killing Spree. Maybe a bit of tilt coming in from Fantasy. As he eats these sniper shots repeatedly. So hard to play against. Like, what is that? And Demon just moves in and finishes off cleanly with the link gun. Spots Fantasy down by the shock rifle. Chance here for Fantasy to get a kill. Just needs one more primary, but Demon backs off to the health. Oh, I thought he was going to re-peek there. That would be a very Demon re-peek. And the combo barely singes Demon's hair off. As he continues to back off, making Fantasy work so hard for this kill, which I feel like is inevitable. As Fantasy dodges onto him, the defensive rockets are great from Demon. He dodges over the rockets of Fantasy, but eventually will go down. Not before Fantasy took a bunch of damage, though, and that means that Fantasy cannot get onto the 100 armor. Instead, settles for the 50. And the rockets do not connect as Demon moves in with the link gun. A repeat of that combo that Demon showed us earlier, but not nearly as effective for Fantasy. And these rockets, oh, they're so clutch, but just barely enough to move Demon away. As Fantasy secured himself this 100, but he's actually moving in towards the belt. Knows he has to push at some point, and Demon's gonna take the belt on 15 health. Perhaps an ill-advised switch there to the rocket launcher from Fantasy. As he's very much on the back foot here. 5 minutes left on a fairly slow-paced map. Against Demon, who's hitting everything. Pretty similar damage, all things considered. And it is Demon with the armor advantage. And you could definitely attribute that to 1 or 2 crucial shots that he's hit. So still room for Fantasy to bring this back. But those were some easy sniper shots for Demon to hit. All but denying the 100 armor. As Fantasy lobs some grenades. And he's scared to push because Demon's aim is just so outrageous. As he pushes up, Demon just about misses those rockets. And the belt goes to him. He's actually playing around the belt. And Fantasy's down low. Gets headshot, but would have gone down anyway, I think. And the spawn is atrocious. And Fantasy calls the GG. Oh no, that's Demon. The BM on this kid is outrageous. But to his credit, looks like it might be the GG. Although, of course, as I say that, he does go down. Gonna follow Fantasy. He's got a lot of work ahead of him if he wants to bring this game back. And remember, he's 2 maps down, despite the spectacular performance on Erase. And because of that, he's gonna have to reverse sweep Demon if he wants that upper bracket final, or that grand final position. And this belt goes to Demon, relatively uncontested. He's been all over the belts this game. Fantasy just unable to get in it, and we've seen this situation time and time again. Fantasy backing up along the 25 platform, and hasn't worked out for him yet. Damage looking slightly more in favor of Demon as well. I mean, this is still just about doable. We saw on Erase what Fantasy's capable of. But can he do it twice? That's the question. And this time he needs to put the final nail in the coffin to win the game. As Demon, he's wasting so much of Fantasy's time. Somehow survives that. And again. Eventually goes down. 5 minutes, 5 frags in 3 minutes is doable on this map, and that's a fantastic start. Fantasy making his way over towards the belt. He's got his priorities in order. Does mean he's given up the 100 armor though. But that's a crucial sniper shot to hit, allowing him to move in. Demon only picking up one of those health packs as well. This game is looking more and more doable by the second, the way Fantasy's playing it right now. Oh, what a shot. And he's pushed in close range. Demon with the flak, that's huge. And Fantasy calls it. And that is your upper bracket final. Demon wins 3-0, although honestly, felt that could have been a 5-mapper, or at least a 4-mapper, the way Fantasy was playing it. Slight edge to Demon in a bunch of the fights on solo that allowed him to get that early lead, and that's going to be enough to put him into the grand final. I know maybe Demon has some doubters coming into this tournament, and I count myself as one of them. I didn't expect that he'd come back and after a week be the best, but he still has the opportunity to prove that, and with a 1-map advantage in the grand final, and with a performance like that, then he's definitely our favourite moving forward tonight. I think I hit a replay button there. This must be some outrageous shot that Fantasy hit. Oh yeah, that's the one. And followed up by the second. Yeah. So I'm going to be right back. We will be going into the lower bracket final. I'm assuming that's ready. I'll get some information on that for you guys, but back in a minute. Welcome back, guys. So we will not be moving immediately on to the lower bracket final. So we still have Yi versus Inceptos to watch. I thought this game had been going on, but we actually get to watch it on stream, so that's nice. And this should be an interesting one. Inceptos seeded 9th, but making it to top 4. So a good run by him. Only losing to Demon so far. And he's one of those players that is pretty cracked when it comes to aim. I could see this being an interesting clash of styles, and will probably come down to whether or not Yi can enforce his slow pace onto Inceptos like he did with Rookie in Reflex earlier. So Yi banned out Leah and Solo, and Inceptos banned out Deep and ASDF, so that leaves Erase, Mythic and Coma. So we'll see more of Erase and Mythic, and potentially a Coma last map. And if I had to guess, I'd say that Inceptos is the one who picked Erase. Very fast pace and high aim player. Yes, unfortunately this is the first matchup where both players didn't opted out of sending a photo. But I was very pleased in general with the response from the community. Lots of players sending in their photos. Wolf putting this map veto screen together. Got something like 29 photos out of the 33 players. So thank you everyone for that. It's been good to try and up the production value on the tournament stream. I assume the players are probably deciding which hub they'll play on. As Yi playing from Canada and Inceptos is West Coast. So we want to make sure that these players have as even a game as possible. Could be on Ohio actually. It's not. The only game that's up is a 10v10 Mega Blitz with one player in it. Okay, players are checking the pings on the servers. But yeah, I really don't know what to think on this matchup. I see some arguments either way in the chat. I think if Inceptos wins, it will be in spectacular style. Saw some of his practice games against Reflex, and the man looks scary. But looks like he's the sort of player that has the ability to shut that down. You saw him acting like a bit of a wet blanket on Reflex's aim in their matchup. Although if I had to guess, I'd imagine that Yi and Reflex have played each other more times than Yi and Inceptos, so maybe they're more familiar with each other. Press the wrong button. Okay, guys. Against my better judgment, I'm going to try and fill this dead air time with my voice rather than the stream graphics I prepared. What's happening is, I don't know which player, but one of them's getting ping spikes on all the servers. So Fantasy's going to host another Dallas server, and players will connect to that. But I'm conscious that I'm losing my voice a bit, so I don't want to entertain you guys too much in between games. Yeah, the hot tub starts just here. There's like a 95% chance that this hub doesn't show up for me. It's GCP Dallas or something. I am actually wearing my Unreal Tournament shirt. Won this, by the way, back when I was good at the game. Do you guys remember that? Yeah? Third place, EU Duel Cup 2016. That's when I peaked as a human. I absolutely do not wear shoes indoors. This hub's still launching. It's gonna be like 2 AM for me when this finishes. UT Pugs, GC Dallas. It doesn't show up for me. I'm gonna have to restart the game. Back in a second. This looks promising. I've already forgotten the maps. But never mind. I think it was Erase, Mythic, and then Coma, right? And I think it looks like Inceptor's going to have to deal with a little bit of lag, which is a shame. Because I think given his playstyle, that's going to harm him more than Yi. But he's going to have to go for it. Oh my god. This is a best of 3. The last best of 3 we'll be doing today. And then we'll go on to the lower bracket final, which is a best of 5. And then the final is a best of 7 with a 1 map advantage, which goes to Demon. Oh my god. Yeah, best of 7 is all the maps. So I don't know how that will work. I guess Demon will just get to pick a map, and that will be the map that he auto wins. This is what we have to resort to, by the way, because Epic removed the ability to chat from Spectator. To have an admin come on Fantasy talking through the server. What's funny is I'm obviously not American, so to me all the city names are completely meaningless, so I have no idea on the significance of what cities they're talking about. I mean, I know the names, but I don't know where they are geographically. Although I don't know how much worse that is than the average American geographical knowledge. I'm really hoping this starts soon because it's been 20 minutes. I mean, they'll certainly be warmed up. So that's one thing. We should see some spectacular shots. In fact, why don't you have a look at one right now? We'll replay Fantasy's outrageous headshot spree on Demon as he nearly brings it back on a race. Didn't even hit the ground where he hit that headshot and then finish off with the body shot. Very nice stuff. People in chat saying that Yi's very good on a race. I don't know who it was who picked this, but Incepto's also very good on the race, and it fits his playstyle, so I wouldn't be surprised if he'd picked it into Yi. I think regardless of who wins this, Inceptos should be very proud of how far he's come. Was seeded 9th, which I think was probably a bit low, all things considered. So he's guaranteed himself top 4 and an opportunity to still live on in the tournament. Could actually realistically see him make the final. Remember, he has only lost to Demon, and his aim is pretty absurd. Okay. They're going to a different server. But we're one step closer to starting, right, guys? I did read that right. Yeah, they are going to Utah. Yeah. No, they went to Chicago. I'm getting delirious, but we'll get there. And you can see this replay for the third time as the players ready up. And Yi asks for another minute. Mein Gott. There's always one match that goes on for an absurd amount of time. Approaching the half-hour mark here, but soon to start. Players are ready. This is map 1 of the last round of the lower bracket before we hit the lower bracket final. Between Inceptos and Yi. First map on Erase, which will be followed by Mythic and then Coma if we get there. And here we go, finally.
Three, two, one.
It's Inceptos with the sniper. Hits his first shot as Yi moves in to the bio. Tries to hit a full flak, but misses it. She's going to follow Inceptos as he's denying these health packs. He knows that Yi needs them. And the shot combo is denied by Yi's shield. So Yi's got himself back up to 100 health. And remember, he still has that sniper. Oh, no, he didn't, but he has now picked it up. And Inceptos takes the 100. Trading Yi for the 50. And hitting the first initial damage, 100 damage done by Inceptos, and he replenishes all that shock ammo. So he's looking in good position for this belt. Going to take a high ground position. I like this move, Inceptos, moving into the middle of the map to try and deny space. Maybe also deny this 100 armor. But he will back off most of the way to the belt. As Yi throws in some grenades, Inceptos backpedaling to avoid. And it is eventually a trade between the two major armors. Yi playing a lot like he has been so far, forcing Inceptos to walk into these defensive sniper shots, which he hits with such ease, and actually outstacks now. Inceptos down on the low ground, Yi punishing him with these rockets, dives in from above, and Inceptos goes down despite the great start. And it's Yi to pick up 100. So very smart play by Yi, backed up by some strong aim. Belt's up in 10 seconds, as is the 100 armor, so it'll be interesting to see how Yi plays this. Oh, great combo by Inceptos. And because those items are synchronized, Yi can afford to poke around a bit at the belt and then walk back to the 100 armor. So good on Inceptos for challenging there. Pings Yi in the butt with a couple primaries and is still pushing. Yi unable to make anything connect, and Inceptos pressuring the health, hits another sniper, just needs one more. And there's a lot of respect being given by Inceptos here, doesn't want to walk into the full flak. As he somehow escapes that situation. And will probably get this 100 armor. In fact, does some damage. Doesn't pick up the 100! Oh no! The spawn, oh, nearly kills Inceptos off the spawn. That would have been outrageous. But that's a blunder. Does get himself a sniper, but he's just about dodging Inceptos' bullets. Belt's up. Inceptos drops for it and picks up the vials as well. So he's looking in good shape. to get this 100 armor, which Yi is pretty much abandoned. He's actually going to apply some pressure from the Vials ramp. Here's Inceptos. Oh, this is risky business for Yi. Has just about enough to survive a headshot, but not a full combo. He goes down, and Inceptos takes the lead by 1. And the damage is looking pretty high for the most part. And now this pressure coming in from Inceptos. Yi forced to wall run out of there. And we'll pick up the Vials. As he denies a combo with a link gun. That could have gotten hairy. Switch over to Inceptos, see how he plays this control. He's going to deny the 100 armor. That gives him loads of time to get over towards the belt. Big desync on those 2 items. And he spots Yi over at the 25. And that's a nice sniper. Nearly a second. As he pushes out into the middle of the map. And then drops to the belt nice and safely. Doesn't have the Vials there because Yi took them earlier. Those Vials are actually quite significant on a race. Typically, they get left up for quite a long period of time. So if you're out of control and you go for those Vials, you can essentially make the belt worth only 150 as opposed to 170. More pressure being applied from Inceptos. He's left the 100 armor up behind him. So he will have to go there eventually. Yi knows this, and it's going to be a race. And Yi actually makes it onto the armor. Strikes me as one of those players that you can't slip much past. Always aware of the items. He knows what you're up to. Nicely done from Inceptos, but he's punished by 2 sniper shots. Eventually gets the kill. Putting himself 1 more point in the lead, but he's missed the shield belt. And I must admit, I completely missed that too as well. As Yi now looking on much higher stack. Especially after all this damage. The combo is not connecting for Inceptos. Yi doesn't take the lift. He knows what's waiting for him if he does. And it's Inceptos on the back foot. Yi jumping in his face. Switch over to his point of view as Inceptos hits a full flak. Yi moving back into the mid-range with the shock rifle. He's all out of shock ammo and he's having trouble here because Inceptos has all the guns. He's got the options. Yi could go down here. Inceptos switches to the minigun, and that's just about over for Yi. Oh, the rockets are so beautiful from Inceptos. Doesn't hit the finishing sniper, but the link gun is enough to finish the deal, and that's going to send him 4 points in the lead as Yi sweeps around for this shield belt. Inceptos takes the lift, and oh man, this is so unfortunate for Inceptos there that he couldn't get down into the belt, hit the lift a couple times. And that gives Yi another in on the game. You know, if Yi hadn't got these last 2 belts, I feel like the score would be much different right now. But as it stands, his internal clock on the items is keeping him in it, despite the sniper aim from Inceptos. Great combo by Yi, but will it be enough? No. 6-1 now, 3 minutes left. Of course, on a race, you can make a 5-frag lead in no time at all, but still a tall order against Inceptos. The first frag has gone Yi's way. But looks like Inceptos will walk away with that 50 armor. Yi only 50 armor advantage, and this belt's coming up. Big fight with the flat cannon. Yi walks away with the belt, but potential to go down here still. Eventually gets the kill. And now we'll be looking to deny guns. He hears that shock rifle get picked up and misses the snipe. And he's lacking his own shock ammo. And that makes going around these corners difficult. The sniper shot eases the pressure for Yi. Oh no, walks into a combo, and Inceptos takes the 100 armor. Back up to a 4-point lead. Nearly a 5-point after that combo. And the damage lead is starting to show itself. Oh, great sniper by Yi, keeping himself in it. And this 100 armor's up in 10 seconds. Got some time to kill. Might want to get this shock rifle if he can. Expecting Inceptos to come from the flak, which he is. And Yi opts to back off. That secures him the 100 armor, and now he has to beeline to the belt. Inceptos has got great defensive position with that shock rifle, and Oh my god, he actually gets onto the belt and Septos didn't know the exact time. There's no way he would have gone up the lift if he did. But the combo from Inceptos is outrageous. That was like a vertical dodge combo, fade away. He did not expect him to detonate that. Oh man, and Inceptos for the second time that game baits the shock rifle with some rockets, and that's going to be the GG call by Yi with 1.5 minutes left. 5 frags. Tall order. Now they're going to Utah, okay. And that puts Inceptos on match point. This could be the end for Yi's run. Although, seemingly this should be his map pick, I'd imagine. Given how well he's been playing on Mythic all tournament. We saw him beat Reflex and Rookie on it. Alright, people want the in-game sound up, so I will do that for you guys. As we go straight into map 2. Is Inceptos up 1 map in this best of 3, so this map will decide who goes on potentially if Inceptos is to win it. I have turned the in-game sound up just a bit for you guys. If it's still too quiet, then let me know. Ha. Shock primary's blocked by Yi, but he's rocketed the wall. Don't think he took any damage from it though, as Inceptos just spams the hallway, knowing that he can drop back onto that shock and pick up his ammo. And now he's got Yi trapped in a horrible position by the 50 armor. The shock combos from low are great. Dodges the rocket damage. And Yi doesn't have much to work with before this belt. Which is up in 10 seconds, and Inceptos has to decide which direction he's coming from, and he will choose the rocket launcher. And he gets that right on time as Yi picks up the 100. Nearly denied by Inceptos. He picked that up just a little bit later than I would have expected. But a very, very slow start to Mythic. 1.5 minutes passed and literally 52 damage total exchanged. Encounter over by the sniper. Inceptos going in with the rockets. This is surely a kill. Yi puts himself down onto -1. As the belt spawns in 10 seconds. Inceptos has a chance here to get both the belt and the armor, which would put him in a great position. Yi actually going in with the flak. Gets the shield belt. That is absurd. Recognizing that as an opportunity. Inceptos defending from slightly to the right of the belt. And Yi wants to finish this kill. He knows how low Inceptos is. Inceptos walked past the health. Kind of awkward. And that flak bomb nearly nuked him. And that belt play from Yi is shook Inceptos a bit. But ultimately, still a stack disadvantage. Damage looking a bit more in favor of Inceptos now. As the 100 armor comes up soon, it's Yi who needs it, and he's defending from the 25. But unwilling to take a fight, or walks into Inceptos' shock ball, headbutts it, which does deny the combo. As Yi comes around the corner with the flak. But he's not doing the damage he needs. Inceptos will not be kept at bay here. Belt's actually up, and Septos is not in the right place for it. Yi unable to capitalize, though. And that offset on the belt might actually help Inceptos. Don't know if Yi has the exact time on it, and the shock primaries from Inceptos are great. What a rocket. Finally making first blood. 3.5 minutes into the game, and look at this rotation that Inceptos has established. 50 armor is not up for Yi. Going back and denying the shock, so Yi doesn't have the options. That's potentially the signal to attack. Oh, Inceptos does not want him to get this 50. It seems like Yi's gone the other direction. And I think Inceptos has spent so much time worrying about the 50 that Yi could get onto the 100. But he hasn't capitalized, and the combo will send him packing. Belt's up in 8 seconds. Yi knows this. Curious to see how he plans to defend this from above. I like the move, but just doesn't have the health to live the rocket. And that's because Inceptos spent all that time denying the 50 from him. So down by 3, half the game gone by now. And he can't go up the jump pad because Inceptos is there waiting. Feels like Yi might have met his match. Inceptos not willing to play his slow-paced games, and is in fact the one doing the zoning himself. But for the first time in a little while, Yi's got himself a stack that can contest. So it's going to be all about who hits the first shot here, as he opts to deny the 100 armor, which allows him to be a bit more aggressive. Sees Inceptos' plans with the belt, and Inceptos is going to vacate the area completely, which gives Yi the belt for free. For an 8-second delay on that now. And the exit damage is already good from Inceptos, but return fire from Yi knocks him down. His 100 armor's coming up. Yi navigates the combo gauntlet, and Inceptos not looking too crash hot in terms of health right now, down to 83. Yi's moving in for the frag. Kit's one shot. Oh, he's so low. This is surely a frag from Inceptos, but Yi pulls out the sniper rifle and thinks better of it. Eventually switches to the rockets, but a messy kill there means that he can't really go for any spawn frags. Has to sort of mill around until this 100 armor's up. Which he will be able to grab uncontested. It's Inceptos hanging around the belt. Only 5 seconds to get there. Inceptos seems to have a plan, but he's actually gone the other way. Seems quite content and comfortable to give away these belts uncontested. Maybe a sign that he's confident in his aim. You see Yi pushing out with that belt. But the corridors in Mimic, very Quake-like in their design, means it's hard to move through them. And these flak balls are being lined up from distance by Inceptos. 100 armor will go to Yi. But he needs that damage. Just not comfortable moving in. No balls to the walls demon plays this game. And trading damage at distance with Inceptos is eventually going to go badly. Because his aim is just so strong. Now, potential here for Yi to trap Inceptos in the corner seems to have slipped by him. 100 armor will go to Yi. Not any damage really exchanged for a while, and potential for a challenge here at the shield belt. Inceptos jumping down. No. Thinks differently of it. Oh, what a combo. And this is the risk that you take by playing so slowly, is one big combo can end your comeback. Essentially set back to square one was Yi by that combo. Oh, anti-combo! Could have just done the same to Inceptos. And he's going to push through the teleporter. This gives him great position on the 100 armor, which is spawning right now. Perfect move by Yi. Also replenishes his shock ammo. Massive combo by Inceptos, but Yi still pushing. And we might see him hang back for the 50, but the clock is ticking. 2 frags to make up. And this is map 2 in the best of 3. Inceptos won the first map fairly convincingly. Yi has to pull something out. And this belt is spawning painfully soon after the armor. He has to beeline towards it. You see Inceptus, he's already dropped down, and actually it's just going to escape. He's chasing, but doubles back for the belt. He's got 1.5 minutes for 2 frags. This is doable, and Inceptus is at the back of the 50 area. And Yi will chase through the teleporter. Here's Inceptus at the shock. Drops down onto a combo that did so much damage and will surely go down here, but the shock primaries are great from Yi. Makes up one of those frags, and now he's got 1.5 minutes to work with. He's down so low, though, so his presence on the map is essentially gone. This 100 armor spawning, and Septos is going to be all over that. And he's wondering where Inceptos is. Actually, gets a cheeky 100 armor grab that perhaps he shouldn't have. And he can hear Inceptos underneath him. 1 minute remaining. See what Yi's got left in the tank to bring this game over the line. Take it to a map 3. But the problem he has right now is that the 100 armor and the belt are synchronized. Inceptos will get one of those. It will be the 100 armor. Or maybe not. He's still not reached it. So he's still working with 50 armor. This is Yi's chance. He has to make it happen now pretty much. But the combo from Inceptos denying... The 100 is still up.
30 seconds left.
And it's going to be Inceptos to pick that up with 30 seconds left. And Yi will go down to 1 sniper shot or 1 shock primary. It looks like it's all over for Yi in the grand tournament. With 20 seconds left, 2 frags to make up. Yi calls the GG. Inceptos wins 2-0. Well played indeed.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Which means Inceptos wins himself the 3rd place. Which is very impressive, entering the tournament at seed number 9. But definitely one of those players that I felt had the potential to go far. Showed it in his practice games, and just based on things he said in Discord, he clearly felt the same way about his own game, and he's proved it here tonight. And still has the option to go to the final should he beat Fantasy in this lower bracket final, which is coming up next. And I'll get that prepped for you. I'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, guys, to your lower bracket final between Inceptos and Fantasy, both of whom got knocked down to the lower bracket by Demon. So this truly is the top three of the tournament, no doubt. Do you have the maps? I don't know who picked them, but they will be Solo, Erase, Leah, Deep, and Mythic. So exactly the same best of 5 that Fantasy and Demon had. Coma and ASDF both getting banned out. Seems that ASDF is getting banned a lot more than I'd expect. Normally players are very comfortable on that map and it gets left into the pool. But I guess some of these players at this stage are just so strong in it that they don't want to take the risk. I would imagine that it was Inceptos who banned ASDF out. Something that I should mention about Inceptos is that, well, I mean, he's played UT for a long time and he's been very good in the team modes, but he is a new dueler. And I mean, you can kind of tell by the way he plays. He's quite aim heavy. His decision making is good, but not the best. But to get this far in the tournament is testament to how amazingly talented he is and just skilled in general. He's put a lot of time into this game, and transitioning to Duel that quickly is very impressive. He's obviously going up against Fantasy, who has a lot of Duel experience and could maybe take advantage of the decision-making weakness of Inceptos. I mean, I'm not saying he's got bad decision-making, but compared to Fantasy, who has such strong fundamentals, then most players will lose in that category. And I have a hub to play on as well, or to spec on as well. So this is a best of 5, guys. We're all done with best of 3s. First map's going to be Solo. And this is the map that we saw Fantasy lose on against Demon. I don't know the maps that Inceptos played against Demon. But a chance here for Fantasy to show us what he's really made of on Solo. I expect that Inceptos should be pretty warmed up after his game versus Yi. Fantasy might need a minute. But Fantasy's ready. And the pings look very even here, which is nice to see as we get into map 1 of the lower bracket final.
Three, two, one.
And unusual spawn for Inceptos, opting for the link gun, as Fantasy is able to apply some pressure with the sniper rifle. Is forced to back off there. I'm looking for that early headshot, but it's not going to present itself. And the combos from Inceptos denying Fantasy any chance of getting into this 100 armor. Instead, he'll have to make do with the 50. And he's still trapped behind this pillar. Inceptos going in. And it's still not clear who will get this belt. Inceptos in the better position for it, though. And moving out a bit to try and deny space on this 100. This prevents Fantasy from getting anywhere near the 100, but these sniper shots are so good. Still, anyone's belt will go to Fantasy. Oh, and the rocket spawn from Inceptos. This leaves him vulnerable to... Oh, no. Gonna say you could get sniped down by Fantasy, but the chase is neutered by him missing that jump. What a catch by Fantasy. Inceptos did not see him coming. And just throwing a rocket there on the off chance that Inceptos spawns on the shock. This is looking like a great start for Fantasy, honestly. And he's hitting his shots. But you know, that's meant to be Inceptos' strength in this matchup, is the hitting of the shoots. And if it's Fantasy the one that's impressing us with the aim, then that speaks to how well he's playing. Risky business around the lift. Narrowly avoids all those rockets from Inceptos. And the patient, Reflex-esque sniper shot does in fact miss. Double damage for Fantasy, but walks into a direct rocket. That's pretty big. This 100 armor is coming up in 4 seconds, and Inceptos is finally hitting his sniper shots 3 in a row there. And that's a role reversal. Because the 50 is gone as well. Inceptos will deny this 25, or at least deny the space around it, and Fantasy's left scrambling for ammo and vials. And this is what happens when you go up against these high aim players, is that you make one small error like pushing after that direct rocket and you're punished, and all of a sudden your 2 minutes of control at the start of the game doesn't look so safe. Inceptos will move on from taking that 100 armor. Stack's looking very even after that sniper. In fact, slightly favoring Fantasy as he moves over towards the belt. And that's kind of a positioning error from Inceptos. Not getting ahead of this belt. Despite having the 100 armor control. Which means Fantasy's going to walk away with a much better stack. Oh, not after that combo. 155 damage done right there. And the damage difference is actually almost even now. There we go. Fantasy redeems himself by hitting that jump and getting over towards the 50, but it's Inceptos with the 100 armor, some flak damage in the butt. Still a 2-point lead for Fantasy, though. And with 6 minutes left, Inceptos has still got plenty of time to make this game his. Awkward fight over the 100. Fantasy not going to want to be any part of that, but looks like Inceptos has learned his mistake from last time. We'll just leave the 100 armor up and instead go for the shield belt. And while Fantasy hits the sniper shot, it's not going to be enough to win in the belt. Has to run over towards the 100 and risk getting shot himself, actually. Doesn't want to cross the line of sight, which he does, and Inceptos is moving in with the flak cannon. Good defensive shock primary keeps Inceptos back a bit, just for a moment. Uh-oh. Fantasy missing the jump. The direct rocket is crucial there. It keeps Inceptos from charging in. And probably wins Fantasy this 100 armor. Although Inceptos is taking pole position on the 100 and will actually secure it quite handily. That was some nice movement there. Practically bunny hopped off that box. But in Fantasy moving in with the tri-rockets, big damage exchange by both players. Fantasy down to 39 health. One sniper shot would do it. Patience from Inceptos, but it doesn't pay off for the first shot. Will for the second. Belt's coming up. All the items are about to spawn. The spawn from Fantasy is not so good, but Inceptos misses the jump. Oh, nearly punished. Man, that could have gone so many ways. There are so many parallel universes branching from that point. As Inceptos moves in to fight for the 100. Leveraging that belt advantage to get in Fantasy's face, but eventually we'll want to get some health under this. Still sitting at 18 health, not wanting to go for those health bubbles, giving Fantasy a lot of respect right now. And the damage is looking dead even, still only a 1-point lead for Fantasy. Not a comfortable lead with 4 minutes left, and Inceptos hitting like he has been. Inceptos, he likes this move, the double dodge in with the flat cannon. The combo is vast. And Fantasy's looking worse for wear. There's only 35 health. And Inceptos could move in with the link gun here, but instead, Fantasy brings the frag to him. And it's Inceptos' turn to shoot at that spawn. Fantasy does have the 100 available, and he's bioed the 25 armor. I like that move. Just on the off chance that Inceptos happened to be flying towards it. But this is an awkward position for Fantasy, taking a lot of damage that perhaps he didn't need to. Now he's trapped at the shock corner of the map, doubling back. Has the rockets raised, but definitely favouring Inceptos in this fight, who gets the combo. One of those weird fights that happens at the belt, even though it's not up for 30 seconds. And this time Inceptos is ready to deny the 100. So Fantasy worse for wears than he would be had he not taken the fight. That kill also means that Inceptos has the lead, so Fantasy at some point will have to make a challenge. Oh, good combo by Fantasy, but not a huge amount of damage. The shock primaries for Inceptos are strong, but not strong enough. Fantasy works his way onto the belt. Masterfully done. And Inceptos has to double back for some ammo here. Shock is so important on this map, as you're all aware by now. And stack's looking pretty even for the most part. Both players able to get some vials under their armor. And so whoever gets those first few shots, which at the moment seems to be Inceptos, is going to be in better position for these next items. That's a lot of ammo spent by Inceptos, which means he probably has to go back for the shock. These long-range combos from Fantasy, very well placed. And they're kind of keeping Inceptos zoned in on this shield belt. He actually hits the combo. Fantasy nowhere near as much damage with those Tri-Rocks as he was hoping, and now he's looking a lot like he did a couple minutes ago, trapped in this corner with 36 health. And goes down. Inceptos in a killing spree now. Up by 2 with a minute and a half left. Looking very strong, and with a 600 damage lead at the moment. And even though Fantasy's consistently getting these 100 armors, which are keeping him in the game, they're just not enough for him to get the kills. This is do or die for Fantasy in this fight, pretty much. If he dies here, it could very much be over. And that flak ball is big. He dives in, hoping for a direct flak, but Inceptos is going to back off. It's a wise move. Doesn't need to force the issue. His belt's up in 10 seconds, and he's got some time to set up for it now. Will instead back off to the 100. So I'm going to follow Fantasy. This is a last chance saloon on this map, at least. Is a best of 5, of course, so not the end of the world if he loses. But he's encountered Inceptos at the flak cannon. Could be a very, very 50-50 fight if he takes a flak engagement.
30 seconds left.
Especially if he's pushing his way through combos like he is currently. He kind of has to go for this, but the combo is so huge. That was so much damage, and surely, yes, he goes down here. And that's GG. Forced into an uncomfortable position there, having to push when he didn't really want to. And map 1 will go to Inceptos. My voice is destroyed. Still got another hour of this, potentially. Map 2 is going to be deep. I think I saw someone in chat say that Fantasy is very strong and deep. But I wouldn't know that because I beat him on deep in UT4 Season 1. Some time ago, admittedly. On EU server, and I played like a rat. Still counts. Oh, but we're getting straight into it with map 2. Inceptor's 1 map up. And these guys have got little nicknames for them. That's cute.
3, 2, 1.
But it's shock spawn for Inceptos, and Fantasy did not take the sniper. Which means he's working with not so great weaponry. You see, Inceptos wants to deny this sniper rifle, which he has done. And he also got the health packs. That's pretty crucial. Fantasy has very few options right now. Not the start he was hoping for. First 100 going to Inceptos, opting not to delay it. Instead, he wants to apply pressure and make sure Fantasy doesn't get this 50 armor, which he has done successfully. And now for Fantasy, it's a question of vials, but the vial stacking is cut short by that combo. He will die to 1 shock primary, although he has got himself some health. The sniper is good from Inceptos. That's an incentive to go in for the kill. The belt is up in 3 seconds, so his aggression is tapered by that. Oh, that reminded me of when Kinex dodged straight over. Wasn't in a game against Fantasy, no less. But Inceptos not making that mistake. So good defensive combo by Fantasy, but trading damage overall will favor the stacked player as per usual. And Inceptos now getting himself some vials. Probably wants these 4. Oh, misses the jump. And now Fantasy's kind of trapped. He does still have a shock rifle, so he's dangerous, and knocking Inceptos down there is good. And it's a race to this 100 armor. These combos are so nicely placed by Inceptos, but eventually Fantasy gets his way onto the 100. And the exit damage is all Inceptos can hope for there. Oh, what a combo. Fantasy did not see that coming. And now it's play for the 100, which is up in 5 seconds. Fantasy does have the 50, but he's opting to go for the vials and the weapons that he's missing first, which is fair enough. Still only 1 point down. That was a mean flick shot. Unfortunately, it didn't connect. Or Inceptos should have trusted his instinct and detonated the combo, but instead looked up. That would have been clairvoyant. But that combo is very nice. And people have been saying that Inceptos might have the best combos, and he's certainly making a case for that today. Fight on the belt. Fantasy's early, but he's defending it nicely. Oh, great combo by Fantasy. The spamming strafe keys. Inceptos is down low. He doesn't want to dodge for this. It's so dangerous. He would die to an Enforcer here, but Fantasy's backed off. Perhaps not quite appreciating how low Inceptos was. And what a combo by Fantasy. Finally, a combo through that grate pays off. Very rarely do you actually see that work. I'm going to switch POVs to Fantasy as we watch him slowly constrict the net around Inceptos, although his prey is fighting back. He desperately wants this 100. He's going to make the jump for it. Opts to go for the lift instead. That denies Inceptos access to the 100. Nice smart movement there. But these snipers are missing. Inceptos tries to get in his face, misses the dodge. That is very lucky for Fantasy. As it's play for this belt now. Inceptos. Oh man, there's so much juking and jiving with these approaches onto the belt. And Fantasy did eat a sniper shot there as well. 100 armor up in 1. Inceptos still on 8 armor, so Fantasy in the better position at the moment. But respecting Inceptos' aim as he moves in. Inceptos is a bit trapped here. But Fantasy, only 1 rocket. And the flak is denied from here as well, so doesn't really have the weapon options. And meanwhile, you see this stack that Inceptos has built up at 145 health there. So he's still not as low as perhaps Fantasy thinks. This 100 is up. Fantasy catches him down by the belt. Prioritizing that belt position rather than going and taking the 100 armor, but that does mean Inceptos can back off to the 100. So it will be a classic deep scenario where the 100 and the belt are traded, although Inceptos is pushing out. That 100 is still up, so he's still got that to work with. And Fantasy recognizes that. Inceptos, I think he's going to give this one up if he's not careful. Eventually gets to it, but position is not super strong for him at the moment. Vials, though, are what Inceptos is after. Hitting 161 health. And that makes this charge all the more dangerous. Fantasy's lost all his armor, and Inceptos still stacked. Despite not getting the belts. And Fantasy, this is a really risky engagement. Does eventually get to those health packs, but could still go down here. Inceptos eats a combo. These fights are so back and forth. The margin for error is tiny between these two players right now. And Fantasy looking for some damage onto Inceptos. He's confident he can get this shield belt. He's actually run all the way to the other side of the map to get the kill. Inceptos pops him up with a rocket. That's more damage than Fantasy hoped to receive, but I think he's left himself just enough time to get to the belt. No, he fell down and that's punished him. I thought he would get to the lift, but it's not to be. And that's a 3 frag deficit with 3 minutes left. Potentially a 4th here. Inceptos, what? He hits the sniper, but not the headshot, and Fantasy hits the fadeaway shock combo. Can't say I expected that. Keeping it within 2, and now the fights are going to get very messy. Neither player has much armor. Narrow avoidance of that flak ball. As Fantasy moves through this teleporter, that's a mistake. Didn't have the health to survive a sniper shot and is punished accordingly. And things are looking just a little bit desperate for Fantasy at the moment. Reminder, if he loses this map, he's not out of the tournament yet, but he's only got 1 map life remaining, and he'd have to reverse sweep Inceptos. Big fight. Inceptos goes down. And this is a painful couple of seconds when you're waiting there. You know that you've secured the belt by all rights, but someone can spawn on you, but mercifully not to be. As Fantasy picks up his health. 2 minutes, 2 frags. This scoreline doesn't seem to be changing very much. It's very back and forth. This is a weird fight, but the combo is brilliant from Fantasy. Inceptos down so low, and the switch to the sniper actually works out for Fantasy. He's going for the spawn frag, but Inceptos spawned over by the sniper, and Fantasy wants this 100. This is his signal to go in. Ooh, the tri-rockets are great from Inceptos. Not as much damage as he could have hoped, and potential for an air rocket here. It's missed by Fantasy, and the sniper is so strong from Inceptos, but the shock rifle from Fantasy is better. He's left scrambling for HP, though. He heard Inceptos down by the shock rifle, and it's not enough HP to get to the belt. He desperately needed that. I saw Inceptos before the game saying that their aim was terrible. Maybe both players experiencing some nerves, but that has not been the case this game. The clutch shots are being hit by both players. Fantasy's going in with a link gun. Wants this flat kill. First shot is great. Second and third great as well. And the finish with a link. Tying it up with a minute left. And also Inceptos has shown Fantasy where he was spawning. The 100 armor is up in a second. Goes to Fantasy, who hits a shock primary as well. And this belt is the next item to play for, but not for 20 seconds. Fantasy, he's got the weapon advantage here. Inceptos charging tri-rockets, big damage. 22 health for Fantasy now. And does not want to die in this next 30 seconds. The belt's up in 8. And Fantasy, you can see by the way he's flicking his aim around, he's kind of panicking a little bit. Wants to cover all possible angles from Inceptos, and actually walks in front of him. Nearly went down there. That is so dangerous. And we've seen a couple of times Fantasy's taken that risk, and I have a feeling it's not going to pay off here as Inceptos dives in his face. Somehow Fantasy lived up until that moment. But with 10 seconds left, I think Inceptos might have sealed it. He's still 160 stack, and Fantasy only has a minigun to work with. Oh, it's not going to go well for Fantasy as he loses map 2. My God. Belt's favoring Inceptos quite a bit, but 100 armor is more than make up for Fantasy. Very, very close match, but definitely felt like Fantasy was chasing for the most part. And now we're on tournament life for Fantasy. If he loses any more maps, he's out, and Inceptos goes to the grand final for a rematch against Demon. I'm not sure which I want to see more, the rematch with Fantasy or the rematch with Inceptos. Should potentially be two very different games. Map 3 is Erase, guys. We know how good Inceptos is on Erase. We just saw him beat Yi. And even though Fantasy took Demon right to the limit on Erase, still lost it in the end. And the players are readying up immediately as we move into map 3. Potentially the last map of the series if Inceptos takes this.
3, 2, 1.
Very amicable in the chat. And it's a sniper link gun spawn. Reasonably atypical, but the link damage from Inceptos is huge. Fantasy moving so slowly up that ramp and all of the link bolts hit. Quick 1-0. Fantasy did get himself a sniper rifle though. Picked it up off his corpse. As Inceptos' shot combo sends the corpse flying into the roof. And these combos are so good. Oh wow, he just got onto that 100 armor in time and he's fighting Fantasy back. Fantasy took the risk. And he knows how low Inceptos is, but just unable to get that last 6 points of damage. And sometimes you just got to accept that. Still got autocam on. There we go. Inceptos, you know, as we move higher and higher up the tournament, you see people more and more leaving the belt and their armors up and going hunting. Because they know, the players know that the margins are so small, they need the damage wherever they can. That's a brilliant headshot. Fantasy, options are few on the ground for him at the moment. As he's just taken the 50 armor. He's down by the shock, what a combo. And Inceptos is left reeling with only the rocket launcher out. Fantasy will take him down. Takes it within 1. Oh my god, Inceptos. How was he doing this? These headshots are absurd. Clearly warmed up his aim compared to game 1. But Fantasy is still walking away with 100 armor. Somehow still looking not too low in health as well. Awkward fight in the middle. Inceptos hitting more. I think Fantasy's forced to back off with 100 armor, respecting Inceptos' position on this belt. As Inceptos plays some bunny track there, showing Hydro how is it done. And again, leaving that belt up, all the armors are up right now. These players are metagaming each other so much. And as the pressure mounts in these finals, things like... Oh my god. Beautifully placed flak bomb. As Fantasy charges in, ill-advised, will surely go down here. He's on 2 HP as Inceptos connects with the last shot. And we'll have that 50 to keep him relatively healthy before this 100. But he doesn't seem interested in going towards the 100 armor. That's the current bastion for Fantasy, is that 100 armor. Inceptos preferring to hang around this entire side of the map and deny the shock rifle for as long as possible. And what I was saying before I was rudely interrupted by an amazing flak ball was that as the pressure mounts in these games, things like offset timings start to play more and more of a role as players start to make mistakes. Inceptos dropping onto the belt. Fantasy's trapped down low. He's so low right now and will die to one more shock primary as Inceptos looks for the spawn frag. He knows Fantasy's here. Good rocket, denying Fantasy the space. And a follow-up sniper will get him 4 points in the lead. And another 100 goes to Fantasy. This is like a game Inceptos is playing. It's like, okay, I will give you the 100 armor, but you're still not going to win. Oh, the rockets are good from Fantasy as he dives in. Good damage trading right now. Great rocket as he finishes Inceptos off, as he dodges off the wall. And this reminder to you guys is similar to how he started the comeback against Demon. Only in that game there was less time and more frags to make up. So this is still totally doable for Fantasy. These 100 armors have been so useful for him all game, but he's pushing out to try and kill Inceptos. Balancing the risk-reward of pressure and security right now. And he will secure the belt. So role reversal, it's Fantasy with the belt this time round. Good opening damage from Fantasy. Although Inceptos healing a lot of that off with the health packs. 100 armor up in 1 second. Fantasy's got his eyes on Inceptos, but will take the 100 instead. Oh, players headbutt each other. Damage goes the way of Inceptos. And more shock primary damage onto Fantasy. Inceptos now looking more stacked.
5-minute warning.
As we hit the halfway point of the game. And Fantasy down so very low right now. Forced to back away. He's not going to contest this belt, I don't think. Instead, we'll just throw some spam down there. Content himself with 100. And damage looking relatively even. Fantasy with far more hundreds, but only 1 belt so far. He's got his eyes on Inceptos, who is seemingly quite happy to sit on this side of the map, knowing that he's got that score lead. Now taking more of a presence in the middle of the map, and Inceptos is favoured for this next 100 fight. Fantasy yet to be damaged though. So stacks looking very even, still anyone's 100. And it's Fantasy who permits onto it, but he's sniped immediately after taking it. Good timing on that sniper from Inceptos. You always want to hit your opponent just after they take the item. And this is a long and protracted fight between these two players. Patient sniper shots from both. Inceptos is the only one to hit and a follow-up. The pressure onto Fantasy right now is immense. This is game 3, and if he loses, he's out, reminder. Will once again give up that belt. What a combo, though. Perhaps didn't do as much damage as it could have, but keeps Inceptos at bay. And this is like the game is on rewind every 30 seconds. It's just the same couple of fights over and over again. But with 3 minutes left, Fantasy will need to at least commit to something relatively soon. And Inceptos playing a fantastic plus back game at the moment. Putting just enough pressure on Fantasy to keep him sat back at this 100 armor. Oh, I had a feeling Inceptos would pop that combo, and he did, but it was just slightly too late. And what's happened here is Fantasy's run out of ammo for the most part. Will eventually get himself a sniper. But he's worked his way into the belt really nicely. And this 100's up in 5 seconds, so opportunity to get both of them. This is the best position Fantasy's been in for a little while now. And he's actually going to go in aggressively. 2-shot primaries, takes down Inceptos. This 100 armor should be his. Fantasy's looking for the spawn kill as well. Not to be. 2 frags in 2 minutes, totally doable. As Inceptos allowed to pick up this 50 armor, and with the link gun, potential for high damage. That's how he got his first kill, but this is looking grim for Inceptos right now. Great rocket and an air rocket. Brilliant play by Fantasy. Bringing it within 1, and here's the spawn as well. Great shock primary. Oh man, you just knew that sniper was going to connect. Oh, the spawn for Inceptos is dreadful. Fantasy takes the lead with 1.5 minutes left. He's got time to get over towards this 100 armor, although Inceptos spawns on it. Still going to be a heavily contested belt fight. This one is crucial. Both players, similar stack. Belts up now. And it's Inceptos. He's making moves onto Fantasy at the 50 armor. The belt is up. And I have a feeling that was maybe a bit of a nervous misplay by Inceptos. That belt is delayed, and this is what I was saying earlier about the high pressure games where timing offsets become more relevant. When you're under pressure like this, you can tend to forget things. But this is great from Inceptos. He's worked his way onto the 100. The damage is going his way, and Fantasy's got to use this 50. Good try, Rockets, keeping Inceptos at arm's length. Oh man, these snipers from Fantasy are so clutch. Damage looking pretty much dead even at the moment. And Fantasy knows right now, Inceptos has to come for him. He doesn't really have the guns for it. Armed only with a sniper at the moment. Oh, hits one shot, but Fantasy escapes with his life. Oh no. This could be bad for Fantasy as Inceptos gets what would be his penultimate kill if he wants to tie this up. Secures the belt. Not forgetting that one. 100 armor's coming up as well. Inceptos has a choice here. Does he go for the 100 or does he go for Fantasy? And I think we all know what he's going for now. Fantasy down low at the 50 armor. The patient shot from Inceptos, but he can't connect, and Fantasy's knocked him down to 2 health. 13 seconds left. Fantasy needs one shot to seal the game right now. Inceptos needs a headshot. And even then... Oh, he wants this shot so desperately, but it's not to be. Fantasy will walk away with this game and win his first, keeping him alive in the tournament. We could yet see the Fantasy Demon rematch. This series could still go the distance, guys, and then we still have the best of 7 final. Mikey, you're going to be up for a long time, mate. Now, Inceptos probably wants to take a minute here to reset. And Fantasy likewise as well. Calm the nerves. Going into Leah. Leah's a map that you want to play pretty much perfectly. Although I am proven wrong, players are ready immediately. As we go into our first map 4 of the tournament. Match point for Inceptos still.
3,
Fantasy needs 2.
1.
And it's a slow start to Leah, no instant headshot, no early aggression. And they trade hit scan guns. Oh, what a combo, man. And Fantasy having the balls to go for that health pack. And predicting probably that Inceptos would be waiting for him at the other 2 25s. Inceptos choosing not to delay the 100 armor. Seems that he's not a fan of that tactic. Can be a bit of a risky tactic. Sometimes a bit of a double-edged sword, and maybe not wanting to risk it in a tournament setting like this. Fantasy, aside from that first combo, has done a good job of avoiding damage. And has mostly made up for the deficit. In fact, players almost identical, stacked right now. Big rocket fight over the belt. It's Inceptos to fall down accidentally, and Fantasy picking up the belt, great air rocket, and possibly more to come. He just needs that one shot to finish Inceptos off. But Inceptos hitting those primaries is going to keep Fantasy honest. Oh, just a bit too ballsy for Inceptos there. That's a first blood. And we know how good Fantasy is on this map. I do have a feeling that Erase was Inceptos' pick. This must have been Fantasy's. He's been picking it all tournament. And you see Fantasy even denying the 50 armor from Inceptos, establishing that rotation nice and early, although needs to watch his back. Could die to a sniper here. Especially after that. You know Inceptos is pushing up that ramp. Fantasy backed off for the health to help him survive, but Inceptos not allowing silly things like health to keep him down as he just waltzes onto the belt. Eats 2 snipers, but the damage from Fantasy is not enough to get the kill, and we're tied up at 1-1. Oh, wow. Inceptos kind of throws away a kill there, caught out of position by Fantasy, who made maybe an uncharacteristic aggressive push. And now there's a long time until this belt spawns. Fantasy doing tons of damage. The 50 armor is also not up. Inceptos is trapped down here. Does sneak his way out eventually. But denying the shock rifle is Fantasy. Understanding that that's the priority for Inceptos right now. But the link gun damage from Inceptos is huge. His belt's up in 3. Fantasy hears Inceptos chasing him. Inceptos took the minigun spawn, which I have to say, I feel like is a bit of an error. Which allows Fantasy to go up 1 more. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but this is the first map we've seen so far where it's Fantasy in the lead in the first half of the game. And looking very comfortable. He's going to be a bit annoyed that he missed out on that kill, though. But Inceptos not making moves onto the 100 armor, just didn't have the stack. In fact, it's still very low. What a primary. And a follow-up. In fact, that's best case scenario for Fantasy, because Inceptos absorbed all the small items on this side of the map, so any damage Fantasy does right now is there to stay. And this is looking altogether different to the last 3 maps. Wow. I like this move by Fantasy as well. Okay, I take it back. I do like it now. If he wins the belt, I like it. No, you see he's frustrated there. He realizes he made an error. I think what he was hoping to do was push out to the belt and maybe swing back for the armor. But the indecision cost him. Still though, 6 points up on Leah at halftime. Realistically, this is a score that Fantasy can run for the rest of the game. So we might see a dramatic change of pace. As Fantasy, so good with these setups, as you see there. And that all comes down to knowing the tendency of your opponent. Wow. Just wow. And you know, we might see an early GG here. Inceptos, a player who on occasion has been known to tilt a bit. Don't want to see him getting mad and throwing this game away. And I think this scoreline is testament to just how good Fantasy is at knowing where his opponent is at all times. Leah is a map that's very, well, can be very slow paced, as you can see. And Fantasy takes all the time in the world he needs to pick the fights he wants. And at the moment, he's also hitting all these outrageous headshots. And that's so hard to play against. It's one thing to play against someone whose aim is amazing or decision making is amazing, but at the moment it seems like Fantasy's on fire in terms of both. And Inceptos pushing into the 50 armor and is punished hugely for it. That 100 armor was up behind him, spawns at the flak as well. I think Fantasy, oh, that rocket. Oh my god. The great spawn kill rockets, knocking Inceptos down to 1 health, and then the flick shot, 90-degree sniper. And if Fantasy has his way, he'll be getting this belt as well, as Inceptos drops down lower. Pulling up the damage here is 400 damage lead from Fantasy, and a big lead on the 100 armors. Everything is connecting. He's really feeling his aim right now, and the concession is called by Inceptos. Don't blame him there. And we will go to a map 5. And it's a Mythic last map. Once again, Mythic is the inferno of Unreal Tournament, it seems. Always the last map, always a banger and a nail biter. And to be honest, I don't know who to favour on this. You'd think based on the maps that Fantasy has won that... Actually, I take that back because he won a race. At this point, honestly, in the tournament, you reach a stage where the maps matter less and less in general because the nerves and the clutch factor takes hold. Fantasy is one of those players that is just so clutch. And I think we're seeing that now. Always felt like he had a route back into the game, as we saw in a race. Looks like the players are starting immediately. So I'll get back into the game as we go to a game 5. Players trading hit scanner. Quiet and patient start to this. And Septos using that shock ball to get himself some height, and what a combo. Fantasy knew he was going to die there. Does spawn on the 50 though. And thinks twice about going through that teleporter, which is a wise move. And getting that first frag's probably going to calm any nerves that Inceptos has going into this. Breaking the curse that was set on Leah. And it's a slow fight for the belt. And I imagine Fantasy's going to bail, given that he's all out of ammo. The damage trade's favouring Inceptos a bit here, as he actually drops down and shoots Fantasy in the butt. Still roughly 300 stack for Inceptos. And Fantasy's out of shock ammo again, which is going to make it hard to play defensively if Inceptos chooses to push in here. And he's forced back all the way to the belt area. The shots not yet coming as they were on Leah for Fantasy. But a chance here to get the belt, and we saw Inceptos give the belt up a lot against Yi. And it's a big belt fight. Fantasy is in position for it. The Tri-Rocket's a charge by Inceptos, but I think Fantasy's going to get this one. Backs up onto it, eventually gets the belt, and the Rockets from Fantasy have been so strong so far, but the trade is so close. 9 health for Inceptos, and he hits the combo somehow. This guy's combos are absurd, but he will fall to Fantasy. Not much HP on this map. I think there's only 4 pickups, and they're all spread out, so... Oh my god, the combo from Inceptos! Read Fantasy like a book. There was a good second and a half there of prediction, and that allows Inceptos to keep his lead. He does have that 100 armor. Next 100 up pretty soon. Inceptos has double Fantasy's damage in his first 3 minutes. Pretty brutal. And it's going to walk away with that 100 armor for free. As Fantasy looking for an angle to contest this belt from. Inceptos rushing him through the doorway. That's the advantage you have when you're in the belt area. Very hard to push it from lower. But still plenty of time. The combos this time not connecting. As Fantasy might be about to let another 100 slip through his fingers, although not the end of the world. These flak balls to contest the 100 are strong, but the damage being dealt in the other direction is too much. And Fantasy goes down, and Inceptos up by 3 now. Let's follow his point of view. Healing up on the 25. Happy to sit up here at the 25 ahead of this 100 armor. Peeking into the 50. And going the long way around. But Fantasy making his presence known by going through the teleporter, and that's a smart move. Allows him to contest this belt a little bit, but he's actually dove on the belt. And that's a mistake. Perhaps a bit of a mistime there, because he could easily have taken that 100 armor. Approaching the halfway point in the game now. Septos looking very comfortable at the moment. This was the map he defeated Yi on not too long ago. In a third map decider, and still almost 2-1 damage lead for him. And it doesn't feel like he's been hitting an absurd amount of damage. But Fantasy's aim definitely not looking as crash hot as it did last game. Close prediction rocket there though. Oh, Inceptus knows exactly where he is because of the sound cues. But actually, Inceptus doing what he did a couple times versus Yi and giving up the belt. And we've seen what Fantasy can do with these belts and these comebacks. If anyone was to make this comeback, it would be Fantasy. To bring himself to the grand final. And both players are equivalently stacked right now. Neither wants to eat the first bit of damage. And Septos will hit the shot, but traded out. Fantasy winning the engagement and sitting himself onto that 100 armor. Gonna switch over to him as he's chasing Inceptos. He's got all the guns he needs. And is slowly eating away at this shock ammo of Inceptos, which has been treating him so well. As Fantasy dives through, looks like Inceptus might be out of shock ammo. And Fantasy knows when these armors are spawning. Armor up in 4, but instead he's going to go sit by the belt. $100 is up, which is an option for Inceptos, but it won't matter too much, as that 50 will heal him most of the way. Don't know what happened there. And they're just going to leave his 100 armor up as bait. And that's favoring Fantasy right now. Inceptos down to 34. And Fantasy getting inside the minimum range of the shock rifle. Needs to respect the flak though. Will dive down, chasing Inceptos as he switch weapons. And this is looking like a classic Fantasy weapon combination finish. But he can't do the last 5 points of damage. Oh, that was a close one. Reminiscent of when Inceptos lived and comboed Fantasy on that 9 health kill. And now that's going to make it very awkward for Fantasy to push into the 100. As Inceptos tries to defend it from down low. Fantasy knows he has a shock rifle as well, and he actually walked over that ammo, which restricts his options a bit. Good primary. Still down by 2 is Fantasy. What a snipe. And with the confidence to move in, knowing that if he hits the snipe, he gets the belt. Nice play by Fantasy, bringing it within 1 and hits the primary off the spawn. It's a good start for this next kill. And I like the thought from Fantasy. Unfortunately, Inceptos, he's plugged into the game. With these Neo from the Matrix combos, has to back out through the teleporter, and Fantasy will not lay chase. And kind of committed to giving up the armor there. Nearly a 100 to 100 damage trade there, but it was Fantasy who sidestepped the flak ball. Oh my god. Oh, he wants that shock ammo. He's about to run out. Small mistake by Fantasy, slightly uncharacteristic. Normally, he's the one making all the great little plays, but won't matter. Inceptus goes down. It's all tied up. A minute and a half left. Fantasy sniper aim failing him at the moment. And unable to hit the headshot, ducks under that rocket. That could have been hairy. And he really wants this shock. It's been doing wonders for him. And you can just sort of, you can feel the indecision a little bit coming from Fantasy at the moment. I'm going to switch over to Inceptos and see what he's got for us. I think that was an attempted Stinger Shard jump by Fantasy. And he's zoning Inceptos out. What a combo. This makes this fight so awkward for Inceptos, but he will get himself onto the 100 armor. And that puts him in good stead for the belt, which is up in 20 seconds. Still plenty of time for Fantasy to do some damage. Coming through the teleporter there. Risky move as Inceptos does the entry damage. The snipers from Fantasy are strong though. And if only that shock ball had been just a little bit higher, I have no doubt Inceptos would have hit that combo. But it's looking like a trade for the 100 armor and the belt. This time favoring Fantasy. Although Inceptos has made his way over to the 50, maybe expecting Fantasy to pressure that 100 position. And with 36 seconds left, it's looking like the sort of game that these players might want to push to overtime. They're aware of where each other is. Inceptos has run out of shock ammo. That's been the gun that's been treating him so well so far. Damage almost neck and neck.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are going to overtime as Fantasy hits a last second combo. And a rocket from Fantasy, that's brilliant. This 100 armor is still available. Look at Fantasy's health stack. And he's going to be looking for the perfect time to move in. Inceptos eventually makes his way into the 100 as Fantasy picks up the belt. But quite a significant stack lead for Fantasy because of all these vials. The shock combos from Inceptos though. I feel like I saw just a little bit of panic there as Fantasy thought he might be trapped. Good start to the fight from Fantasy. He knows how much this vial stack is going to mean. Nearly at max stack. As Inceptos gets in his face, this could be the end for him. Down to 10 HP, and the minigun finishes that one off. No problem. Oh, nearly a spawn kill. That pretty much seals the game, I'm afraid. And Inceptos spawns at the link as well. With 1 minute left. And another close engagement will favor the high stack player. Fantasy missing his flak though. Can he connect? He's going to go down here. It's a mutual frag. And I have a feeling that with the belt up in 3 seconds, the spawn's favoring Fantasy. This might be all she wrote. And Inceptos calls it. What a match. What a matchup. And we get the Fantasy Demon rematch final that we all deserve. Brilliant play by Inceptos though. Honestly, highly cracked, as the kids say. And still, like, clear room to improve. I think, honestly, if Inceptos put 2 months into Duel instead of just 1, we could see great things from him. Still avenues for him to explore, improving his decision-making and general map awareness. And, of course, with aim that can carry him this far in a tournament, the sky's the limit. But yes, we will be moving on to the grand final. I'm going to take just a couple minutes break while the players also take a break, and they'll be right back with you. Right guys, this is it, the final series of the day and of the tournament. It's your grand final. And as the seeding would have it, no surprises here. It's Seed 1 versus Seed 2. Demon versus Fantasy, the rematch. In fact, rematch of the last big NA Duel tournament a couple of years ago. And Fantasy again coming from the lower bracket. He made a miracle run last time and reverse swept Demon. And I'm sure he'll be hoping to do the same this time round. I think slightly more personal this time around because it was Demon who put Fantasy in the lower bracket this time. But of course, a tall order for Fantasy. Demon looking extremely strong on his side of the bracket. Yet to drop a series, of course. That's why he's our winner bracket finalist. And didn't drop a map versus Fantasy despite some close games. The maps are going to be Leah, Erase, Mythic, Solo, Deep, and Coma. So the only map not being played is ASDF. Presumably that was banned out by Demon, as he does get a 1 map advantage going into the grand final. And Fantasy is known to be very good on ASDF, so makes sense that he would ban that out. I'm going to get this started nice and quickly because I'm hoping my voice will survive the final. I'm sure you can hear it's on its last legs. I also can't see Chicago. There we go. So guys, we are going to start out on map 2. That's how I'm going to run this. So we'll just assume that ASDF was map 1 and Demon won it. That's his advantage. And I don't know what order the maps will be played in. Leah looks like it's first, so that's presumably Fantasy's pick. As both players declare that they're going to use the bathroom. And we get this extremely intense stare down right now as Fantasy and Demon lock eyes across the flat cannon hallway. Please guys, if you know fans of arena shooters or UT, then spam this link around. It is the grand final after all. The winner of this walks away with $2.6 thousand, and whoever comes second gets, I think, 1,250. So still over $1,000 these two are playing for now. And as you might have noticed on my AFK splash screen, there's Spire, the mousepad manufacturer, have provided a couple of mousepads that will presumably be going to the top 2 players. So thanks to those guys. Fantasy's ready up. Presumably Dean is still on his toilet break. Put it this way, I'm glad I have the day of work tomorrow, but I'm not sure my family appreciate my loudness at this hour, so shout out to them as well. But yeah, this should be a banger. Hoping that Fantasy wins a couple maps this time though. Certainly showed and proved, in fact, that he's capable of that on Erase. Looked a little bit outclassed on Solo, and I forget what the third map was. But Demon is ready. This is map number 2 of your grand final, because Demon gets a bye in the first map.
Three, two, one.
Right, HUD is updated. It's a best of 7. Demon gets the shock spawn, Fantasy gets the sniper. And early damage from Demon. But backs off. Fantasy picking up all the goodies in this flak corner. And looking for that early headshot. We saw how well he played against Inceptos on Leah. Hitting headshots left and right as Demon pressures him at the 50 armor. This is something that all the good players have been doing lately. And it means you get that natural delay on the 100 armor, which makes it so hard for the out of control player. Fantasy actually moving in with the flak. Ill-advised perhaps as he's down to 20 health. And the belt's up in 5 seconds. Because this 100 is delayed, Demon's got a couple of options. He could push in a bit. And this is up, not up for 5 seconds. Oh, that flak pull's nice. And the 100 goes to Demon. Delay serving him well. Fantasy nearly shoots himself, maybe a bit nervy. Nervous, I believe is the word. Even damage though, almost. But all the items going to Demon. If you are trading even damage, then it's the player of the stack who walks away better off. Another 100 armor goes to Demon, almost uncontested, and although Fantasy's picking up these smaller armors, the pressure from Demon just about enough to keep him at bay. Fantasy very nearly loses his head to that combo. And potential for a playmaking here, but Demon has the high advantage. The Rockets are very strong. Fantasy down to 1 HP. Could still get this belt actually, but misses the jump pad. Or had a chance there. But as it stands, now down by 1. Demon applying pressure with the sniper. That's crucial. Fantasy now has to go for the health. And will still die to 1 sniper here. Gets in Demon's face with the rockets. 2 great rockets. But he knows Demon's going for these health packs. And pushing in here is risky. That health pack is Fantasy's favourite health pack in this match. And it's interesting to see him favouring that health pack over the 225s down here for the most part. Much less predictable in general. People generally check that small health pack less. As these high damage rockets, potential. Nice air rocket for Fantasy, and he's actually got much better position than Demon on the belt. And he will pick up that belt. So good play, patience by Fantasy pays off in the end. Only losing 1 frag over the course of the last couple minutes, despite essentially starting it out of control. This is going to be his first 100 armor, to put that in perspective. And a fantastic combo onto Demon. This could be the first frag for Fantasy. Potential to tie up the game, but Rockets is flubbed. And the 2 snipes from Demon keep him in the fight. Fantasy wants this last shot. It's a rocket kill, but it's mutual. And he stays on 0. 100 armor's up very shortly. Fantasy knows Demon wants to come from this direction, so he denies the shock ahead of time and will pick up this 100. But he actually missed the ammo, and the rocket from Demon is exquisite, followed by a second one which nearly directs Fantasy. And that makes it really difficult for Fantasy to contest this out, especially as more rockets from Demon deny the space on that doorway. Damage still pretty much dead even. It's a 1-0 Leah game at almost the halfway point. They're teasing us. Oh, that's a Valorant peak if ever I saw one. Good sniper aim by Fantasy, and he's been really impressing me with his sniper all tournament. Especially today. Not a player that you typically associate with hitting all his shots, but seemingly these past few games, an uncanny ability to just hit headshots from out of nowhere. And the consistent damage with the sniper up close is no mean feat either. As Demon walks onto the shield belt, both players fall down low. This is so awkward. Oh, Demon fell down a second time. And it's all tied up. Demon still doesn't have that 100 armor though, and the rockets from Fantasy knock him down. 100 goes to Fantasy as well, eventually. He does want some health under this, and the vials will help. Oh my god, that shot. In peak form is Fantasy right now. And he's going to be going into this game warm, having just played in Septos in a 5-map Screamer, and is in fact slightly ahead in damage. Demon looking a little bit stumped at the moment. Has eventually worked his way onto the belt, but that's not up for a while, and Fantasy's got options right now. He's actually pushing in, the 100 armor's up, and he's potentially about to let Demon slip past him, but Demon stays for the belt fight. Fantasy comes in from the shock ammo location, and Demon's just going to take that 100 armor instead. And you got to ask yourself, if Fantasy had denied that 100 instead of leaving it open for options, then Demon would not be on 100 right now. Three and a half minutes to go. Almost exactly even stacks because Demon's been collecting those vials when he can. And vials on this map are hugely important. Just ask Dylan. Oh my god, the combo was outrageous. And Demon, down to 61 health, would die to one sniper if Fantasy should choose to use it, which he does pull out. But the health pack secured by Demon. The rocket was amazing, but Demon didn't run into it. It's actually going to take the fight with the flak cannon. And Fantasy fights Demon off the belt. That shot combo was just a split second too late. Oh, and Demon peeks through the corner of the window and snipes Fantasy the second he takes the belt, which means he's actually going to opt not to go and contest this 100 armor, which puts them on an even stack again. 10 stack advantage for Demon, in fact. Bit of a fight under the mini as Fantasy jockeys for position. He's sat up by the 100. It's not up for 10 seconds, so he's gonna go and pick up some smaller items in the meantime, but does look pretty secure on the 100 at the moment. Oh no. Oh, nearly punished for that miss as well, as he goes and picks up shock ammo. This belt's coming up in just a couple of seconds is pretty important. He hears Demon down by the 50. And Demon contesting from the flak side. Potentially going to take this jump pad. Fantasy's got a great position on him. The shock cores hit each other and Demon misses the combo, which means Fantasy walks away, taking only one sniper shot eventually. Damage dead even right now, as Fantasy pushes his way into the 100 armor room. We saw him do so much damage with the shock from this position just a minute ago, but this time Demon dancing his way through the combos. Fantasy doubles back with the rockets. And finally somebody hits a combo. It's Fantasy who is on low health now and has to run away. Demon proving that he can play this slow game very comfortably. Let's go and see what he's got in store for us in this last minute as he eats a shot from Fantasy. And is denied this push onto the 100 armor. But instead wants to go for the belt. Fantasy sat on the belt with the tri-rockets. Drops down. That's bad news for him, as Demon secures the 100. Oh, sorry. It secures the belt. It's Fantasy to take the 100. You can really tell how unwilling these players are to take the risk in the last 30 seconds. So it looks like we might be seeing another overtime. We've had so many overtimes in these close games at the end. It's good to see. Truly a stacked duel tournament experience. But it's Demon actually looking for some opportunistic damage. He has a very small stack advantage. And the timing pretty loose for both players at the moment as we hit the first overtime. Fantasy pushing in with the flat cannon. Demon potentially going to get a kill here as Fantasy goes up the lift. But he's allowed to slip away. And Demon's going to be chasing. He knows Fantasy wants those health packs. But the belt's coming up and Fantasy's knocked down. Crucial moment as Demon drops on him. Fantasy needed those health packs and he's punished for it. On 28 health. Oh, the defensive rocket is beautiful. Demon had the wrong gun out right there. Oh, what a shot. And both played it down so low, but it's Demon to live on 1 HP. And Fantasy can't get the kill. Had the perfect spawn for it, but health packs are up. And that's a clean kill in overtime. It's Fantasy, though, to push with the 100 armor. Demon misses his AWP shot. Let's switch POVs now. 50 armor is up. That's an option for Demon, and he's over there right now. Fantasy has a minute to tie this up once again. Oh, these players know. I think Demon is actually going to play this nice and passively. Guarantees himself the 100 and is going to peek through the window potentially, but in fact decides not to. Fantasy only has one shock shot. He's caught Demon down by the lift. Big flak shots coming in. The damage is very strong from Demon with that height advantage, and it looks like Fantasy's going to go down here. The 50 is all he has to work with. 100 armor up in 5 seconds. Fantasy has to make his push now or never. And he pushes with the sniper. Demon defensive rockets, giving Fantasy a taste of his own medicine. And he's down on 3 health. Nearly cratering there as Demon pushes in with the link gun. This is surely a kill. Or at the very least, Demon walking away with a 1-point lead. And will make it a 2-point lead in the last second. Getting himself a second map on the board because of that 1-map advantage. So, a very close game. I'm sure Fantasy was hoping to win Leah. It's the map he's been picking all tournament. And honestly, the fact that that went down to a 1 HP live from Demon is huge. I have no idea if he knew that he would survive that sniper. Sometimes when you have both health and armor, the quick maths is too quick to try and attempt in a high pressure situation. But trusting his gut, going around that corner and hitting the shot crucially as they both trade, allowing him to take that 1-point lead. We are now on map 3, Erase. We saw how close it was last time, but for the most part, it looked like Demon was dominating. Fantasy will be hoping for a very different start, I'm sure. As if he loses this map, he's on match point and he has to reverse sweep. First damage exchanged is by Demon. Fantasy forced to back off and get health, while Demon can stack up on these health files. And the prediction on that shock primary placement was great, knowing exactly where Fantasy would be. These guys have played a lot in the past. Oh, it's a Fantasy again. That happened last time with the first blood headshot kill. But Demon, good recovery, picking that shock rifle off his body. Which means Fantasy has to back off to the 50 armor. Oh man. Aimbot in full effect for Demon right now. The zoomer power, but another headshot for Fantasy. I honestly can't believe the ways in which Fantasy just makes up the difference, right? It's the headshots and the fantastic fights that he takes. That flick was outrageous. But he has given up this belt. Still has options though with the 100 armor behind him. Bit of an exchange at the top. As Demon goes back for some vials and now is going to sweep up that 50 armor. In fact, no, he's going in aggressively. And Fantasy forced to defend with the sniper, not hitting his shots this time. Demon nicely placed combo, but not too much damage. And Fantasy hits the first shot. Demon is outstacked here, and the shot nearly takes him out, down to 30 health, but picking up the 100. Fantasy wants to extricate himself from the situation, preferably hitting a shot in the process, but it's misses all round until those two primaries connect, and Fantasy takes an even bigger lead and a shot off the spawn as well. Demon down to 10 HP. Fantasy in so much control right now, especially as the belt is up behind him. He knows Demon's gone for this 50 as well. He knows he's going to drop for these health packs. Oh, brilliant play by Fantasy. Read like a book. Read him much better than I did. Or nearly a huge combo. Demon is still so low under this armor. Not going to get the full effect of that 100. Couple of primaries will take him out still. But Fantasy slowly allowing Demon to stack up. Demon knows where Fantasy is, but the flak bomb connects and Fantasy surely gets this kill. Or maybe not. It's going to be close, whatever happens. Oh, the players know, they just know, and nobody can hit their shots right now. It's the 100 armor going to Demon, and the 50 goes to Fantasy, as there's more attempts made to connect the shots that just won't hit for them. Belt's up in 10 seconds. Demon almost drops onto it. If Fantasy had detonated that combo, it would have been huge, but instead, gonna play this nice and passively. I think he's gonna concede this belt. Walk over on towards the 100. Demon, not so foolish to take the lift right there. Instead, taking the long way around. Knows he has time. Good defensive shot by Fantasy. Secures himself the 50, but Demon still has that 100 armor to work with. Let's switch on over to him as he applies a bit of pressure. More pressure from Demon. 2 shock primaries. Fantasy's down low now. Narrowly avoids the combo. And is dropped into the belt pit. Which exit is Fantasy going to take? It's the top one, but Demon misses the combo. And Fantasy escapes and even does some damage as Demon goes for the shock. Big damage lead for Fantasy here. 2-1. And that's testament to how well he's playing, but these last 2 belts have gone to Demon. Unless it's not to be. 100 armor goes to Fantasy, and this is what kept him in the erase game the first time these two guys played, remember, is those consistent 100 grabs, and then eventually able to start making the comeback as he's whittled Demon's belt down to just 20. Demon's going to have to take this 50 armor, but it's not up, and Fantasy's in position to try and deny it. But the aim for Demon is too strong. Fantasy push back. Will die to a sniper, so has to pick up those health files. And that gives Demon plenty of time to take the 100 armor. Still big damage lead for Fantasy, and the score lead all in his favor. Demon yet to make a mark on the scoreboard. As he engages Fantasy at close range. Fantasy pushing in with the flak. Big damage, but the rocket is beautiful from Demon. Still potential for him to go down here, and he does go down. That's clutch from Fantasy. We've said it already, he's such a clutch player, but Demon spawns on the belt and he walks away with it. This could be him getting on the scoreboard, and it is. Fantasy will have to spawn over by the armor if he wants any chance to grab it, but it's not to be. A 3 score lead is maintained, but honestly, it feels like Demon in a slightly better position than he was before. Demon now chasing. I'm going to follow his point of view. He needs these kills to start coming. 2 primaries. Fantasy's down low. 20 health. And a 3rd clean shock primary. That puts Demon within 2. And 100 armor's on its way up. He knows Fantasy's above him as well. I don't know if Demon knows the exact belt timing. And that's meant that Fantasy can get onto the 100 armor. And the minigun pressure is huge. Fantasy's so clutch, man. And this time he might actually get to the belt. In fact, he won't. Fight over by the 50. Players jockeying over the small resources. Demon hitting all his shots. As Fantasy drops for the shock. And the health hits his own shots, but both players down low. Potential for either one to get the kill here. Demon's chasing still. As Fantasy misses the dodge up to the 100 armor. That could have gotten bad. And they know each other is around the corner right now. Oh, man. The clutchness cannot be overstated for Fantasy right now. He's playing out of his mind. This belt's up in 5. Paranoia setting in as Fantasy actually leaves the belt pit and just witnesses Demon drop down. That's really unfortunate. Did not know the exact time on it, and that's because Demon's been stealing the belts up until now. And this gives Demon the opportunity to push in, but he's knocked back down into the belt pit and eats a rocket to the gob. And Fantasy is going to capitalize by securing this 100 armor position from the middle of the map. Or opt to deny it, as Demon's over by the 50. Oh my god, Fantasy. These headshots are on another level. I don't think I've seen any player this tournament hit these headshots. Not even some of the known headshot beasts like Snatch seem to be on Fantasy's level at the moment. As there's another big fight down by the flat cannon, surely going the way of Fantasy. Demon's down to 5 health, but Fantasy trips over a rocket. That's maybe payback to some of the absurd fights that Fantasy's been winning by a hair up until now. And I'm going to follow Demon. He's got 4 frags to make up in a minute and a half. He has gotten so many belts, so he's got all these options. 7-1 belts. It's absurd that Fantasy's winning this game, given that stat. Oh, the defensive combo by Fantasy is crucial here. Demon forced to move in, hit by another one. And now the rockets from above. 100 armor is up for grabs here. But at this point, Fantasy just needs to waste time. The shock primaries are great from Demon. He's got a minute to get 3 frags. This is absolutely doable on this map. And he hears the spawn above him. Potential for a kill here. Fantasy's got to be sweating right now. Does deny the 100 armor. That's pretty good. And Demon just not able to finish this frag as Fantasy dodges over the top of him. Oh no. This could go so wrong, and it's a mutual kill, and that's going to seal it, I'm sure. 50 seconds left, 3 frags. It would be huge if Demon can make this. Would almost guarantee him the series. Then he'd be on 4 match points. But the pace is slowed a bit. Fantasy using those tri-rockets, forcing Demon to get up close to him and potentially eat 300 damage. The drop on with the link. I just don't think this is it for Demon. Oh, narrowly avoids those grenades, and I have a feeling that rocket and that belt grab all but seal the game. Demon calls the GG, and we have Fantasy on the board. He's broken the curse, and finally wins a map against Demon. Here's a reminder, Fantasy needs to win 3 more maps out of the next 5. And he walks away with the victory. Demon only needs 2. So still favoured. But as far as things are going, I'm liking the way Fantasy's playing this. He's sort of unlocked another gear, it seems. Playing much better than he did against Demon the first time round. Able to get a race over the line this time. And players getting straight into it. This is map 5 or 4? I think it's map 4, right? Officially. That's what I'm going to go with.
3, 2,
Yeah, map 4 on Mythic. And I have a feeling if any of the games on Mythic are fast, it's going to be one involving Demon. No big damage shots exchanged in the first 20 seconds. As Fantasy doesn't have any hit scan, so clearly Demon got the good spawn. And Demon's actually pushing in. I love this move from him. He knows Fantasy would be squatting on that 50 armor. And I'm actually going to follow his point of view as he loads up some combo potential. Denies the 25. Fantasy, good flak bombs from him, but he's trapped in the corner and bounced down onto the jump pad. Movement is so predictable on those pads, and Demon's slowly picking away at him. And will get himself the belt. Fantasy, though, sat on the 100 armor. Oh, he actually vacates. And that is because Demon pushed him at the 50 armor the first time round, added that delay to the 100, and now Fantasy's got nothing to work with. Oh wow, that primary from Demon. As he moves in for the kill, surely we'll get it. And goes for it with the sniper. Armor's up pretty soon. Demon in position for it. It's going to go the long way around via the 25. As Fantasy actually dodges down onto it. This is big. As he's knocked down by Demon, and a follow-up combo ends his life. 3-0 for Demon, looking a lot better than he did on a race out the gate. Pressure applied by the rockets, narrowly avoided by Demon, and Fantasy probably going down a second time as Demon hits a crazy flick sniper close range and wins himself the belt. Massive damage lead for Demon as it stands. Still plenty of time, only a 4-0, but Mythic can be slowed down to a snail's pace as we've already seen today. Demon moving in with the shock primaries, and Fantasy's running scared. Hits some good defensive flak, but still trading poorly overall, and sniper shots from Demon like that are going to make this very difficult for Fantasy indeed. 100 armor up in 5 seconds, and Demon clear favorite to win that pickup. As surely this fight will go the way of Demon. Although Fantasy's done well to survive that. Belt up in 8 seconds. And Demon's on the other side of the map, but opts to go through the teleporter. Good rockets by Fantasy, but he just doesn't have the stack to win this fight, and he goes down. 5-point lead for Demon now. And this is not looking like a winnable fight for Fantasy. 6-point lead. Mythic looking like a very different game than a race did. Fantasy not hitting the crazy shots he needs to stay in this one. And seems like the decision making is looking lost. Getting spawn fragged, and GG is called only 3.5 minutes into the game, which puts Demon on match point. Could potentially be one more game in this entire tournament. Rough stuff for Fantasy. Reached a high point with a race there. And looks like it's solo last. And solo, reminder, was one of the maps that Demon beat Fantasy on the first time round. Having said that, so was a race. And Fantasy flipped the script that time, so I'll have to do it again and again and again to win this tournament. The pressure is on as we move in to map 5. Potentially the last map of the series. Demon on match point, 3-1 so far.
3, 2, 1.
Sniper spawn for Demon as he looks for the headshot, but Fantasy's too fast for him. Oh man, it's the turn of Demon to hit the first shot headshot apparently. Seeming to be a bit of a theme, but also gets the follow-up. And Demon's just going to pause and stand still there. Maybe listening for the spawn. Didn't want to take the lift and miss any sound cues. But that is absolutely the start Demon wanted. And Fantasy did not. as he drops down lower. And the other thing to consider right now is that these players have been playing for a long time, played all yesterday, and been playing for hours today, and so starting to get tired. This might start to feel like an insurmountable challenge for Fantasy. Might start to affect his game a little bit. But still fights on nonetheless, eating exit damage from Demon via that sniper rifle. As Demon's already built up a mighty stack, 130 health under that belt. Make that 150 as damage is traded, favoring Demon. Fantasy does have those health packs to back onto, which he will do. But the 100 armor is not up for a little while now. Demon's got all the time he needs. In fact, so much time that he's prepared to push Fantasy like that, and it's that kind of decision that is really going to put the nail in the coffin here for Fantasy. As Demon goes 3-0 up. Perfect start for him. But does forfeit this 100 armor. Even stacks. Although Fantasy clearly with a weapon disadvantage. Still needs that shock rifle. I'm going to switch over to him and see how he chooses to defend this belt. Demon diving in it with the shock. Fantasy actually didn't pick up the shock, and the air rockets are good, but they landed before the belt was picked up, so have effectively done 0 damage. As Demon dives in with the link gun, so hard to deal with. But the movement by Fantasy keeping alive just barely until he trips over and lands on Demon's flak shards. 4-0 for the younger American. And a big damage lead so far. Demon, plenty of time to hang around this 100 armor, picking up more vials. And that jump pad tells him exactly where Fantasy is. Demon, in fact, so confident that he can just sit on this armor. Taking it nice and slow. And he's going to be feeling real comfortable, given that he's got 3 match points ahead of him. Belt's up in 0 seconds. Fantasy actually gets himself onto the belt with some nice combos. Demon's down to 75 health. And so this is Fantasy's into the game right now. Finally picks up a sniper rifle. The weapon that has been elevating his game so far today. And looking for those crucial headshots. Demon making it hard for him. Holding these off angles. And batting Fantasy around with a couple of shock primaries. The stacks are now much more even now. Although that 50 armor gives Fantasy a slight advantage. He's all out of shock ammo, and Demon is camping that side of the map, which is going to make this belt defense very difficult. Fantasy hits the crucial first rocket, and Demon falls down. That could have won him the belt already, and I think it has done. Demon not prepared to challenge. As Fantasy goes for some early damage, which does mean that he has to fight Demon while he takes the belt, but not such a bad thing. As these fights getting quite messy. Neither player extending too much. No one wants to show their head and risk a headshot. But it's Fantasy with a small stack lead. And all the onus is on him. These next 5 minutes have to be excellent. That's a fantastic start. And potential for Demon to go down here to this last sniper shot, which will happen. And finally, Fantasy gets himself on the board. Spies Demon up by the sniper rifle. 2 primaries. Demon's on 10 HP now. And Fantasy will opt to chase. Demon will still die here, but now he makes himself to the health packs. And a bit of a lost opportunity there. Could have been a 2-point lead, but the rockets are brilliant from Fantasy, and the belt's up in 3 seconds. Surely this will go to him. Finally, the belt spawns. And Demon goes down. 2-point game. 100 armor's up pretty shortly, though. And Fantasy misses the dodge. That's not the first time we've seen that tonight. As these players get more and more tired, the mistakes start to creep in. And the damage deficit pretty much made up now. I'm getting deja vu there. Fantasy with his bigger stack, but taking 2-shot primaries, trading it for a sniper rifle. We saw that just a couple of minutes ago, and narrowly avoiding that combo. As this 100 armor spawns in at 2 seconds, the rockets will keep Demon back. Fantasy's low on shock ammo. This belt's coming up. And it's a classic solo belt defense. This time, Fantasy, I don't know if he'll hit the lucky rockets that knock Demon down, but he's chasing. Demon's going to know that he can go over towards the belt now, but Fantasy's got him trapped. What a headshot from Fantasy. He just keeps doing it, guys. Cannot believe it. 100 armor's up in 4. Fantasy, great position for it. It's going to jump down, chasing Demon. I think he's allowed Demon to get onto it. The slide is not punished. And it feels like Fantasy is going all out. He's taking these risks that it feels like he has to take. And every now and then it backfires and Demon's able to get himself back into the game with those armor grabs. We could realistically have seen this tied up a couple minutes ago if Fantasy had gotten that kill when Demon was on 10 health. But as it stands, Fantasy building his armor stack. Oh, his health stack rather. The armor is up just now. Belt's up in 10. This next belt is going to be crucial. Fantasy is so stacked, but pushing the belt on solo is so difficult. And Demon proving why. Sat on the belt with the flak. Fantasy's knocked down and belt will go to Demon. Bit of a disaster for Fantasy. He's down to 6 HP, even though he was max stack almost pushing into that belt. And that is the power of positioning on solo. Showing up early to the belt, so important. And this shock aggression from Demon, I love it so much. That pushes Fantasy back, and Demon's going to get this 100 armor for free and potentially a spawn frag here. Which will get blocked by Fantasy. Demon actually has left the 100 armor up. Which again, I think, oh, not going to be punished. Good combo positioning by Demon, which allows him to loop back around, take that 100, narrowly avoids headbutting the grenades there. But, oh man, the aim from Demon is oppressive. And finally takes down Fantasy with 2 minutes left, 3 frags to go. Demon looking like he's about to be the Grand Duel Tournament champion with a 163 damage combo. Fantasy, all out of options, pushing for that belt, didn't know what to do, and sacrifices a frag, is now down by 5. And GG is called by Fantasy. We have your champion. It's Demon 1. Taking a break from dominating his Valorant tournaments to come and dominate an Unreal tournament. And he will walk away with $2,600. Congratulations to him. And congrats to all the players who were in the winnings. Really, honestly, fantastic Duel tournament. Great experience for all involved. And some great storylines. Good to see some of the players who we haven't seen before in Duel tournaments, like Inceptos, go really far and prove what they're made of. And of course, a classic matchup in the finals. Classic matchups all the way through, in fact. We had some bangers. I particularly liked although it was a 2-0, the Snatch fantasy game. That was one I was looking forward to. The Inceptos Assassin game. I didn't get to see that, but I'm sure that was a good one. And just in general, great matches all round. This has been the most stacked tournament in UT4 history. I'm sure no one has any issue with me saying that. Now, as I'm sure you can hear, my voice is destroyed. It's 2:14 in the morning, and my family probably hate me now for keeping them awake. I'm going to sign off now, guys. Thank you very much for watching. VODs will be available on my Twitch page, and also I have a FlexSwitch Live YouTube channel. And the VODs will get auto-uploaded there, so you can go and watch those at your leisure if you missed any games and want to catch up. The VODs on Dusik's channel also exist, and if he remembers his YouTube password, he'll upload those to YouTube eventually, I'm sure. So this tournament could be immortalized in the history books. Great to see UT4 still getting tournaments all the way into 2022, and hopefully in the future And not just for UT4, maybe some of the other UT games as well. I'd love to be involved in, and I'm sure the community as a whole will come together and watch those as they have done here. Anyway, thank you all very much for watching. I'm going to sign off now. And I'll see you all around in the scene. Cheers, guys.